Next-generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career. and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex as home ownership a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry. Do you love these signs, Amy?
Those signs are super popular, aren't they, Beck?
Yeah, we're so lucky that we not only have this one because it'll get crowded, but the one out there overlooking the stadium is perfect for those selfies.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a lot of DDD Perth selfies at the end of the day.
Hi everybody and welcome to DDD Perth 2023. Welcome, we're going to get started. Yeah.
We're just going to get started while everybody filters in. Amy.
Well, we would like to start off as well by acknowledging the traditional custodians of this land, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. And I say that as where are we today, Beck?
Derbyl Yarragon.
Yes, we are right on the banks here. Which
We left the curtains up.
Out the window.
So we can see it.
Yes. But we should probably also quickly acknowledge that we have a bunch of people joining us remotely online who will be from different lands. And we will also have Robin Collard, who's going to welcome us to country later on.
So if you have not been to a DDD Perth event before, we are an inclusive non-profit conference here for the Perth software community. Our goal is to provide a really inclusive event for people who don't often get to conferences. So our values are accessibility, inclusivity, affordability, openness. You can read more about this on our website, and including how we get here.
Yes. We're not the only one in Australia either, so there are other events in Adelaide, Brisbane and Melbourne. In fact, Adelaide is happening on the 18th of November, if anyone wants a road trip across the Nullarbor, and they just announced their agenda. DDD Brisbane have just announced that they're happening on the 2nd of December, and their CFP is open until the 22nd of October. And Melbourne is back as well, and they're going to be on 16th of March next year. And their CFP is also open until the 1st of November. If you would like to be one of the speakers you're going to see today.
So our 2023 theme is Dream, Design, Deploy. Do you like that we've got those 3 Ds up there? DDD Perth. It's not an accident. We have so many people that help us organise this conference, and shout out to our many volunteers who help us dream up this beautiful event.
We have a lot of information about the event as well in our guidebook, which you can find on the website, dddperth.com/conference-day, which has a heap more information about the event today, the venue, and everything that's going to be happening.
What's our next slide, Amy? I can't remember. Okay, so we have over 1,400 participants registered today, in person and online. 30 unique speakers, Amy?
30 unique speakers from all over the world today.
And 20 amazing sponsors.
Yes.
So a big shout out to, first of all, our platinum sponsors, Bankwest, Microsoft and Woodside Energy. Now, this is probably a good time for us to say, are you oriented yet? Have you worked out where we are? So we are in Riverview rooms over there. And if you head out that door that is across there, you know what, let's start again. We're in Riverview room 2 right now.
Yes. And then over here we have Riverview room 1. There will be a wall in there later to make it clear.
Riverview room 3 over this way. Now, when we exit out of here and we go back onto those terraces, the first terrace you see is Champions Terrace, and then you have the Sponsor Hall and the Premiership Terrace. You do have maps around. Everybody in an orange shirt can help you if you do get lost. So our platinum sponsors are on Champions Terrace and in the Sponsor Hall. Our gold sponsors are throughout this area as well, aren't they, Amy? So Insight, VGW, Vicent, Coria, GitHub, Keystart and Mantle Group, you can find them in that sponsor hall, in Champions Terrace and also in the Premiership Terrace.
Yes, and outside of the sponsor hall as well, we have some tables where you can meet some of our silver sponsors, so MakerX, First Mode, Cognizant, Atlassian and EQU.
And if you haven't found a coffee cart as yet, I highly recommend you do. We have coffee carts in, again, Championships Terrace, inside the sponsor hall and up in Premiership Terrace as well. The coffee will be going all day. I will say though, inside sessions, the coffee carts will stop out of respect for our speakers, especially the ones at the back of those terraces.
I do believe the sponsor hall coffee cart will still be going then if you are after coffee during a session. We also have some amazing community partners, She Codes, Level Her Up and breast cancer partners. And speaking of She Codes, I think we have some bonus attendees here today as well, don't we, Beck?
Yeah, a special welcome to anyone participating in our coding workshop today. Welcome. You are joining us for the keynote, and then you will be joining us for our lunch note, our second keynote as well. Hey, everybody that's coming in, there are many seats over this side. Please take your time. We don't mind at all if you're getting on through that shot. So, we also have childcare, which is sold out, and it's so important to us that we provide these benefits. So once again, a huge thank you to all of our sponsors.
We would also like to quickly draw attention to our code of conduct as well. We are dedicated to providing a harassment-free experience for everyone today. You can find our code of conduct on the website, dddperth.com/code-of-conduct. You've already viewed and agreed to this when you registered for your ticket as well.
If you have any issues or concerns today, now all of this information is available in those written or printed guidebooks, as well as conference-day. You can raise any issues or concerns by visiting that volunteer desk, speaking to anybody in an orange shirt, direct messaging us on all of the socials, emailing us through. There is an anonymous form also available on that website as well, conference-day.
We have a lot of people here today as well, don't we, Beck? And
yeah, and we love our socials. We love those socials. What platforms do we love?
I'm not allowed to say those
Just
names.
all of them. They're all great.
We are on all of the platforms, whether they support hashtags or not. We are hashtag DDD Perth today. But there are some people who've decided they would not like to have any photos taken of them. So if you see anybody wearing a red lanyard, please do not take their photo. And if you happen to catch them in a photo, please crop or blur or obscure them and respect their choice.
So a little bit more housekeeping. dddperth.com/agenda. For anyone who came last year, we have cached the website this year. It shouldn't go down. We've managed to scale it this year. We do learn from our mistakes. This is a no-smoking venue. If you do need to smoke, head out of Gate D, far away from Optus Stadium. Phones on silent during presentations. All of our speakers are volunteers, and we're so grateful to them for coming along, so we offer them the utmost respect and cheer for them. Please keep those lanyards on. Again, a reminder about those red lanyards, and if there is a fire, there's a lot of exits here. We're all good. We're all going to get out safely. Just please find an exit, head on out, and a marshal will help you.
Yeah. We'll quickly call out as well, we're in a different venue, a stadium that is very special to a lot of people. Please enjoy the experience, take a chance to explore within the bounds of our event, have a sit in the chairs and look at the stadium, but please do not go on the grass. So please respect the event marshals that are here today.
So food options. We are going with what we did last year. Everybody who has a lanyard on, and if you do not have a lanyard, please visit that volunteer desk and we will get you sorted. You will have a little number down in the corner. That will correlate to the food choice that you made at registration. If you don't have a number, if you have a 0 or you have a written name tag, we needed to send our lunch orders into the venue. And so you will get fed. But we do apologise if your first or preferred choice is not available. Please wait a couple of minutes at lunchtime when you join that line. If you truly can't eat any of the options that are available, visit us at the volunteer desk. We will problem solve with you. You will absolutely get fed. We've got enough time and problem solving skills amongst us. Where to get your food? You want to take a picture of this one too.
Yes. This one is also available in the guidebook as well, or you can visit the volunteer help desk and they will be able to direct you in the right place. So our food is available in the terraces and in the sports lounge. Once again, same as coffee carts. If a session is still going on, please do not go to collect your lunch from a terrace until the speaker has finished presenting.
So morning tea and afternoon tea will also be served in those terraces and in the sponsor hall.
Yes. Feedback. We love feedback, don't we, Beck?
We love feedback. Please give us feedback. Please give us respectful feedback. No, we do love feedback, and you can give us that feedback by going to this URL. Conference feedback, speaker feedback, it's all on here. What do we usually do with those? Oh, some prizes, Amy.
Yes.
Let's talk wrap up.
Wrap up. So our sessions finish a little bit earlier this year. You may have noticed on the agenda. We had some people who gave feedback in previous years that they wanted to enjoy the rest of their Saturdays. So this year we are wrapping up a little bit earlier. There will be food, there will be beverages, there will be board games or conversation, or
whatever you choose.
Maybe
Whatever you choose there. I think you're not even going to hear from us in the afternoon. You're going to hear from our Director of Logistics, Alex.
Yes. And that will be until 7 p.m. There will be prize draws then as well. So there is an opportunity to stick around and chat to some of the wonderful people that you meet here today, or some of the amazing speakers who you'll be hearing from. And with that, I would like to introduce Robin Collard, who is giving our welcome to country this morning. I will hand over to Robin.
Thank you. And what an awesome display. And I think I chose my dress wisely this morning because I am nice and bright up here on the stage. I want you all to sit down and look out the window to your left, because this is about where we are. Yes, we are on the banks of the Derby Yerrigan. We are here at Harrison Island, which is just down the river a little bit, but this is all the area of Martagara. Mart in Noongar means your leg. So this is the river crossing where the leg would come up to, where the water would come up to the top of your leg and you were able to cross the river from one side to the other. Hence the name of the Martagara Bridge. So that is the implementation of the black swan and the white swan. So you can see the two colours there intertwined, so that we may live in harmony on this beautiful land. Good morning, my name is Robin Collard and I'm a yoga of the Whadjuk and Balladong people. Those of the Bibbulmun people. The Bibbulmun people are all of the Noongar mob down in the southwest. And it means the land of many breasts, because there are 14 Noongar groups that make up the Bibbulmun, and we happen to be here in Whadjuk Budja. I'm humbly honoured to perform this Welcome to Country for you this morning, and I acknowledge with the highest respect Noongar Marman Ngunis, Yogas Jukan, Buddhias, Kaya, Wanju Wanju, Nunakandat Yining Ni, Jinang Wankani. There are three principles that are really important for us as Noongar people. Ngala Budja, Ngala Mort, Ngala Karijan. Our connection to our land, our connection to our family, and our connection to our knowledge. This is our Noongar cosmology. So when we welcome, it's about acknowledging all of the men, the women, the brothers, the sisters, and Buddhias means leaders. So all of you that have collaborated together to make this wonderful event happen, thank you. Nija kura jenabiri nija, mortwa Whadjuk Budja. For many thousands of years, our ancestors have walked this land. And as we walk, we listen. Ne jenangwa, wankaning bula bula barab. We listen to the many stories as we walk this land. And sometimes when we're connected to that country and we listen, we have memories. Memories of family that have walked with us previously. Events that we have chosen to share together. But this keeps us grounded and connected to country. Nija jenang mama wakalwa, nija karijan wankani nunakan. Nija, Jinang. We acknowledge the rainbow serpent because that is the holder of the creation story of Noongar people, of how this land was made, the mountains, the rivers, and how we've kept our knowledge strong and sustainable over the many years. So we listen to those stories that are sad, that are inspirational, just as you will be inspired today to learn more. And this is the season of Camberang, the season of new beginnings, the season of birth, and the land speaks to us with the peppermint leaves blooming and the trees letting us know that they are here. All of those wonderful flowers. But not only that, it's also about seeing Jinang Nijayerarap, Nunakan Kulangas. It's about seeing the ducks and all the little ducklings trotting along behind. And we see those swans as we drive and walk around, with all the little ones behind them. Kulbadi the magpie is quite cheeky at this time of year because they too are protecting their young in the nest. So we've got to be on the lookout, nigger. So there are plenty of fresh water springs around that nourish not only us, but the land, the plants, the animals. Jiralak, Kongalak, Boyalak, Marawarak, the north, the south, the east to the west, you are sitting on Wajak Budja. Nija Madagarap, Nija Borlu, Kadagarap, Jinangangbo, Nija Karakumba, Nija Walilap, what? Wadarin, Wajama, Durbunara, Jalgara, Nija Karamura, Nunakan Jundalap, what? Nija Mandun, Nija Nunakan dat Yining Madagarap. I've just taken you around the metropolitan area. Let's see if you know where we were. We're here, of course, at Madagarap. But then we see Borlu over in the distance. Borlu, the Noongar name for Perth. And then we go past Kardagarup. You might know it as Kings Park. It's so special to Noongar people, it actually has three names. Kardagarup, Karakumba, and Jinangangbo, because when you're standing at the top of Kings Park, you can see all around Wajak Noongar Budja. We then travelled down the Durbul Yerrigan to Walilap, the home of the little rat kangaroo, the woylie, but also the walich, the white eagle. And as we cross the ocean, we go over to Rottnest Island. We then travel further south to the Durbul Nurra, the Coburn Sound. We come inland to Walliabup and Beale, all of that freshwater area around that Jandakot region. And we keep travelling until we come to the Canning River. We then see these beautiful ranges that border the metropolitan area. Noongar people call them the Black Hills or Karamurda, but that is the Darling Ranges, very special. And then we come to Mandun, the place of many trees, and this is known as Guildford. And of course, we have Joondalup on that northern side of town. So there are many stories that this land brings us. So today, as you spend time together, this is about Yaka Babinga Nija, Nunakan Karijan. So this is about making friendships, working together, and learning more about these triple D items. I'm a boomer, so I'm a little bit out of touch with it all. So for all of you that are in this space, what a great way of learning. And don't forget about us. Bring us along with what you learn, what you share, and what we can give to others. Nije jenabidi kenywa, nunakan kanya, kuli, nunakan murich. So as we walk as one on this land, there is much for us to share, to be respectful, to be kind. And for me, I will finish off, kaya not only means hello in Noongar, it also means yes. Kaya, Yanka, thank you.
Thank you very much, Robin, for that wonderful welcome to country. I would now like to give Beck an opportunity to take a photo. You're taking a selfie? Okay. I would now like to introduce our keynote speaker, Heather, while she makes her way to the stage and sets up. We've seen, this is Heather, so she can plug her computer in. Yeah, seamless changeover. So Heather is our keynote speaker for this morning and is joining us all the way from Kansas City, which I said that must be in Kansas, but I got in trouble. I wasn't allowed to do that. Heather is joining us here this morning. She has spoken in all of the continents, including Antarctica. And although she has spoken in Australia before, this is her first time in Perth and has officially won the best quokka selfie I have ever seen. So she's done the really important thing in Perth. In her professional life, Heather is a polyglot developer and has been for the last decade at least, and has also been a Microsoft MVP for the last 5 years. This morning is going to be talking to us about being a visible developer, why you shouldn't blend in, and I'm going to hand over to Heather. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hello. I don't have as good of a welcome as we just got right before me, but I'm very excited to be here. It's obligatory. I'm American. I have to say I'm very excited to be here. But honestly, this is an interesting topic. I've been talking about this for about 4 or 5 years now, and I want to take you with me for about 30 minutes about what it means to actually be noticed and seen. I'm very, very more of a shy person, and I've had to learn how to do this. So if I can do it, you all can do it. And I want to help you out, especially now, based on how the economy ebbs and flows. It's important that you are never out of sight or out of mind from your next position or the next opportunity that you've got to share your talent with the world. I want you all to promise me something, that we're going to assume you all know what you're doing, okay? Let's start there. You guys are fantastic developers. I'd hire any one of you to be on my team. But how do we find you? What does it normally look like in the beginning? Well, when I have to look for a job, usually I have to put something together that kind of looks like this, right? A little information blurb. It says that I love object-oriented programming. I've done C# for about 12 years. I love working on big projects, etc. The problem is there's a lot of words here. And the way the human brain works is that it just looks like a blob. That's exactly why there is AI tricks to help recruiters, because they honestly can't read every single line you put in your resume. If we were to be memorable, nobody will say this word for word about me. They would say something like, I am very innovative, or I work a lot in the enterprise space, or I'm consumer facing because I've done a lot of that, or that I'm a speaker. These are the things that usually people will say in passing, not that highly detailed list, that 5-page resume. This is about the impression the humans have of you. We are the hardest algorithm to crack. But there is science to back up what's going on here. Often there's just too much detail provided online, and that can be a big challenge. My clicker's not working. Nope. Nope, that's okay. I will just stand here with you all. We're going to talk about how to strengthen your impression when you're interested in finding a job or being promoted at your job. We don't want to stick out for the wrong reasons, right? Like a sore thumb or a black sheep. We want to instead be enticing and not uncomfortable. But like it or not, everyone has a brand. Do you know you have a brand? Yes. I'm not in marketing. I'm not even going to pretend. But there is an actual... You got it? Got it. I'm not going to pretend. But there is an impression that you're going to give. You can shape that and change it, especially when it's nothing. People don't know who you are. Why would they know who you are? Again, I come from a background where I'm very shy, very introverted, and I've managed to kind of negotiate things around this. Maybe eventually that'll come back. Yes? No? Yay! All right. So, let's start with this question. Why would anybody else get promoted before you, right? If you're too busy keeping your head down and your nose to the grindstone, it makes it very difficult to advocate for you. Part of managing yourself and your trajectory in your job at your current employer, and maybe even beyond in your career, it means to make it easier for people to find you. If you get coy or bashful about the accomplishments you've done, it does both yourself and others a disservice because they don't actually know they can come to you for help with something. It may unintentionally make the job of managing you harder. So, why does the idiot get all the responsibility? I mean, this is a difficult one because you'll probably never say that out loud, or maybe you will because you're bold. But you worked your butt off, and you have been at a company for a long time, and yet someone else gets promoted over you. Maybe they have more experience, less experience, but at the very least, they seriously don't know what they're doing, in your opinion. Why did this happen? Because being visible is not just about doing a good job. It is about how you communicate that you did a good job and how you made others feel when you were doing it. And if any part of that was negative and somebody else's was positive, that might be why they get promoted. And you think, that's not fair, Heather. This sucks. Yep, but it's real. So how do we avoid these situations? You can't avoid everything, not everything's up to you, but you need to learn a lesson from the idiot. The idiot was probably shamelessly self-promoting very loudly, right? And so maybe you should too, only you don't have to lose your self-respect in the process. There are good ways to do it. Have you ever heard the phrase, sent does not mean received? Yes? It's very profound when it comes to human communication. Half of your job is to be awesome devs and ship the code. The other half of your job is communicating to people that you shipped the code. And maybe what you should do in the future, and not just, okay, give me an assignment and I will go build it. Maybe vocalize, hey, could I be a part of the next planning session to think whether or not we should build this or should do this, even if you're not the architect. Then people start realizing your thought processes. You will instantaneously get more credibility because you asked to be part of the decision. Even if they say no, you're definitely going to stick out. But remember, if you do awesome things and I don't hear about it as your manager, how do I know what's going on? You think, well, you should just check everything in my nice little done Jira board or my GitHub board, right? But remote work has made this incredibly hard to manage. There's just so much going on. Has anybody here been a manager before? Oh, no, yes, a couple of you. That process is exhausting. It doesn't mean we don't care. It means our brains can only handle so much. So make it easier for us. Basically, do things and tell people. That's it. That's the whole keynote. No, I'm just kidding. But we do miss out when we wrongly assume that other people will know about our great work. So remember, you are almost always on your mind, but almost never on anyone else's. So it may seem excessive to you to put out that you've done something today and put out that you've done something tomorrow, or that you're interested in something, and it may seem like a lot of noise, but probably the human that needs to hear it will cherry pick which of those messages they actually get, because either they were busy or they just didn't see it until right now. So sometimes you need to put it out more than one way, more than once. A good way to do that, if you don't really get like the stage in your company, is to do some external work. I'll tell you a little quick story. I worked at a company where I was really, really, really interested in doing some voice work. So like Alexa, Google Assistant, Siri, that kind of stuff. But I wasn't ever put on a project that did any of that stuff because we didn't have that as something that was sold, okay? So I just played on my own and I blogged about it. Fast forward to about 8 months later, I got called into our CTO's office who said, hey, I was talking to one of our clients who's really interested in this newfangled thing called voice assistants, and I stumbled on your blog. It was like the 3rd result in Google. And I'm like, that's cool. He's like, yeah, do you want to work on this? And I'm like, really? I had never actually worked on a project. I had just done something on my own. I had never gotten paid for that. But because he really liked the way I had approached the architecture, I got pulled in. Because I didn't need to wait until be given a chance at my job. I just decided to explore it and tell people that I was interested in it, and this is what I had discovered when I played. That still blew my mind, because I didn't directly have to advocate. It was like an indirect advocation. I got to just put things out there, and then the stars align. Not always. Sometimes there's just a lot of people who are doing mobile apps out there, and maybe you might be result number 285. But the point is that you are publicly sharing something you've discovered. Don't be afraid to be the Alice in the Wonderland and not really know where you're going, but share where you've just been. That's okay. No one's asking for you to be the expert. Just share the things you discovered when you're playing around with the project. Because we all know that working hard and doing a good job is insufficient to being the one that people pick, the one that is the visible choice. You will get well paid if you work hard and do a good job. You'll get to keep your job most of the time, unless there's restructuring, which happens. That also is not a reflection on your talents. You just may not get promoted all that far unless people outside of your immediate group know what you're doing. These are just things that I've learned in every company I've been in. Which is why you should network. Right now you work at a company, or maybe you run your own, but maybe in 10 years you won't. Maybe you'll move to another part of the world and have to get a different job. Maybe you should start reaching out to other developers in other places and just ask them what they think about, I don't know, the latest version of Kotlin. Just start the process very naturally. It doesn't have to be forced. If you have no idea how to do an icebreaker, come find me after the keynote, and I'm happy to give you a list of about 10 of what you can ask to somebody that you don't know. There's so many reasons to network. Right now, there are tons of developers looking for new work because there have been rounds of layoffs in the United States. But they're also slowing down. What I've noticed is that the developers that had already reached out ahead of time, years before, their network rallied around them and made referrals to each other to get them a position. That is so powerful. If nobody knows you, how are they supposed to know that you also want a position somewhere? You have to start connecting the dots. This event is perfect for that. At every conference, I try to meet at least 5 people I've never met before. Maybe I never speak to any of them again, but maybe I do. And maybe in a few years, that person remembers that they talked to me at DDD Perth and then says, hey, I'm working on this project. I'm going to recommend you to my architect. And that is how it really works. And many of you may know that, but there's a ton of you who don't. So this is a reminder to those who do and those who haven't tried it yet. Having a large and valuable network is crucial. It is everything in your career because jobs will come and go, but your developer network can last you decades. When I saw the word network, it doesn't really mean what you think it means when I first saw it. I thought it was definitely something outside of a recruiting event. When most programmers ask me about networking, what they're really asking me is how to use people to get what they want. I mean, that's honest, right? It's not about that at all, though. In fact, my personal philosophy and one I firmly believe you have to have for true success, is to figure out how you can give as many people as possible what they want, or better, what they need. If you see something that someone could benefit from, maybe connecting them with another person that is an expert in that subject because they're struggling. You start by giving, not by asking and taking. When you do it that way, you also set yourself up for a lot of really good karma, because people will recognize you as somebody who, even though you didn't work with them at your job, was always willing to help. And that gives you a great reputation amongst a lot of people. I can tell you the wrong way to network. You see, we only worry about this when we're trying to find a new job. But that's the worst time, because building a network takes time. You can't rush this process. If you do it quickly and say, oh my God, I need a job right now because I just can't seem to find anything and things are so hard, people will rally around you and try and help because they have sympathy, but they can't really speak for you. They can't really say, I know that I've seen this person do this blog post or speak at this event or help this person who is not even at their job understand this part of an algorithm, and just gave. You need to have those kinds of people speak for you. You have to get involved and not just say, okay, now I need help. The right way to network is to build the relationship a little slowly. I mean, if we were on a date and we just met and you asked me to marry you, maybe I'd say yes, but why would I say yes? That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just like romantic relationships. Friendships and business relationships are obviously a little bit farther away from you and your family. But networking that I'm talking about is going to follow you around. This is a big, small world. You're going to notice the same people here and there as you traverse your career. So try networking in person. You all get a gold star, you're here today. And if you're online, come here someday and try and reach people in person. There's something about the impression on the human brain when you are face-to-face, because there's so much more communicating that is done with in-person events. Even if you can't travel all the way across the world, like I had to do to this one, go very locally. I bet you there's probably somebody technical within 100 kilometers of you. I'm sure it's difficult to find them at first, but just start asking around, start asking here. The easiest and best thing to do in this case is to find groups of people who are interested in what you're in. You can do meetup.com, you can do Reddit, you can do lots of different software development conferences. Some are expensive, some are totally free. This is the beginning of how you continue your career. But let's say you want to reach people on another side of the planet and you can't network in person. That's where this one comes in. Regardless of your personal opinion about social media, it is necessary to be visible as a developer in this day and age. That doesn't mean you have to spend every waking moment on it. There's ways to automate that too, but you do need to at least be found somewhere online. And when you're there, just be yourself. And I say be yourself, meaning be your intentionally good self. We all have bad days, so be honest about the days that you have, but think about the purpose of why you are posting online, why you are recording a video. What is this for? Is it to make you just feel better, or is it to reach a certain group of people? So if all you ever do is complain about the naming conventions that Microsoft has in .NET every time, that may be true, but it's also not helpful to you. You're just presenting a lot of problems and not a lot of solutions. And what are we? We're developers. We solve things. It's okay to bring the problem, or bring a solution as to how you would do it differently. Then people can start to see the way you think, and you will start to get more people following your philosophy that really identify with that. Aspirational is great, but being relatable is really what creates connections. So if you struggle with something, please share it, and then share how you got past it, because that's what's really valuable to me. I definitely have struggled with understanding, what do I do next? So I kind of looked at the people that I admired and I'd followed, and they weren't super famous. Some of them were just a couple of developers that were in my neighborhood. But I appreciated that they shared how they got past something difficult. Try to be that for others. Even right where you are, even if you're a junior dev. Say, wow, this is what it was like my first year as a junior developer. Oh my gosh. But now, I promise it gets better. That's somebody I would want to follow. You have to post with purpose, speak like a human, and remember, if you're not online, you are out of sight. We're talking about being visible, right? You guys are already awesome. You're already great at being a developer, but I need to see you. Why leave your career in the hands of someone else to do the work for you, to advocate for you? Why? There's so many of us. That's a lot to expect of anybody. Take control of at least having crafted a persona, an image of who you are, so people get a sense of what it might be like to work with you. And if you're like me and you don't want to post on social media every day, you can automate your online thought stream. I have moments of brilliant genius, so we all do. And then I have lots of writer's block where I know absolutely nothing to say. I don't have anything valuable to add, and I say nothing for like 3 months. That's terrible. So the way that I've managed this is that I will keep things together as I have brilliant sessions of thought as to different posts that could be done, and I schedule them. There are several different platforms that do this, and they will schedule posts for you. And that way it'll feel more like a cadence, but you won't feel like you have to be awake at 6 in the morning every day in order to make sure that people still remember who you are. You don't have to. You can automate this and live your life. I don't know why I have to say this, but an awful lot of developers who've come to me for help seem to need this piece of advice. Make sure you have a website that works, that has all the things you've done on it, not just like a resume, but more like a conversational piece, like, hey, I've done these kinds of things, that kind of thing, and this is what I would like to do. This is what I'm available to do. And have that be a site. Because sometimes it's difficult with different kinds of social media platforms changing for a recruiter or a lead architect to try to find you online. So make sure you have one place for all of what is awesome about you, but also make sure that you're still feeding in a little bit here, there on LinkedIn, etc. Well, I wanted to know who these well-known developers were and how they got here. What are these habits that they have? I'm sure a lot of you have probably followed a couple of developers online that seem to just have it all together and know exactly how to solve a problem. And that's why they have a YouTube channel. That's why they've got huge amounts of posts on dev.to. But the good news is, becoming like a super developer, a super employee that everybody wants to follow is not some sort of rarefied secret. It's a combination of skill set and mindset that you can begin to develop for yourself by focusing on some habits. They pay attention to what other people value. They, at their job, would pay attention to what their supervisors value and what their managers value and their managers' managers value. I always ask, what would need to happen in 12 months for you to be really happy with a scenario? And they're always like, well, let me think about this. And then it forces them into thinking about what would be the ideal positive end goal, not just the grind. I don't know, we just got to keep shipping code until we die, you know. You got to ask them, what would it take for you to be happy? And then work backwards from there, because maybe what's important to you is not what's important to them. My example here is that I am terrible at being on time, but that was almost the only thing that my manager valued, and it was difficult to ever really have positive one-on-ones with them, you know, because I actually did ship all the code. I brought a lot to the table, but it always irritated him that he wasn't exactly sure when I was going to show up for stand-up. And that's on me, right? I've always been this way, and I've had to work on it. So the funny thing was I did nothing different with the rest of what I was doing in code. I just made sure that I set my alarm at least an hour earlier, and I started showing up early. And after 4 days, he was like, "Oh my gosh, I noticed such an improvement in your performance." I'm like, "Why, thank you." And then we had no problems ever again, because all it was a value mismatch. And you think, well, they should value what I ship. Yeah, but it was kind of like a given. Everybody on my team was talented. So in a way, it was normal. It didn't make me stick out. But to them, me just finding out what they valued and giving them what they valued first in my priorities, we had so much less friction, and it just kind of worked. These developers choose the right place for their talents, and this one's hard. It's hard to be a super employee if the company's needs are very different from your abilities, talents, and values. In a report about 2015, I think, the Cicero Group found that one of the most important factors in employees consistently producing great work was recognition. But I can tell you that I definitely have gotten not that much recognition in some of my jobs. Anybody here have the same problem? Yes. 37% of respondents said that being recognized by a manager or by the company was the most important driver to work, even above a raise, although I think all of us would like a raise. So choosing where you work and how your work is valued is very important. If you're not at the right place, leave. There is a job for you. And because you've been networking, tell your network that you're looking, and they will help. Give referrals because you've already shared your talents with them outside your job, right? Right. These people are focused on the big picture thinking. I can't even tell you how much I rolled my eyes at this statement, but it is true that exceptional performers are able to maintain dual focus. You can be very detailed, but you also understand how your piece of the puzzle fits into the big picture. And if you don't know that, start asking. Sometimes they don't know either. And then you can just keep asking. Leaders want people who are visionary. They want people who are asking the questions. Sometimes you're at a bad company or you have a bad manager, but there's a lot of really good ones too. And if you just start asking, well, what is the ultimate goal here? What if I don't build this puzzle piece, I build that puzzle piece, and it gets you to this goal faster? Shows that you have creativity and you're paying attention to what is valued. This one. They are uncomfortable with being uncomfortable. And I felt like this was not me. I wanted everything to feel all right all the time. That is my nature. But the data is clear because you have to be working on things that are difficult for you. And something I famously say is that if it scares me, I have to run towards it. Which for me was, I want to go snorkeling in Australia, but I'm terrified of water and swimming. However, I'm going to Australia in 6 months, so that is what I got lessons for. And I was thrilled to be able to have actually done that, but it was a big pull for me. Terrified of it. But after doing it, I felt so proud of myself, and I recognized that it was a big lift, but how much more I got to do now. Now I could go anywhere in the world and I could go snorkeling. And that's going to be the same for you, getting over putting your mind around large language models, putting your mind around something that you feel you want to do but you don't feel skilled to do. You have to push through it and recognize that if it makes you uncomfortable, maybe that thing is the very thing you should learn, so you're no longer uncomfortable with it. Even if you are distraction-free and getting a lot of coding hours in, if you're just building the same really simple app or API over and over again, that is not necessarily stretching the boundaries of your brain. But it's also not your job's responsibility for you to do that. That's your responsibility. So you either ask to be put on different projects to try, or start doing things outside of work just a little bit, like maybe an hour. Just an hour out of your week and try something new that has nothing to do with your current architecture. it will hugely stretch what you're doing, and other people notice when you're doing these things. This is one of my favorite quotes ever by Simon Sinek. Every person needs to be seen, understood, and validated, or appreciated, I guess. You can dismiss someone who disagrees with you, or you can try to figure out why they say what they say and do what they do, because you want to be the first one in their head when they're doing a new project, or the first one in their head when they're trying to promote someone. How do you get there? You have to figure out how to empathize with them, even the people that you don't really like. And that is difficult. But that's how you become a trusted voice. If you can empathize and let somebody feel seen and heard and understood, even if they were above you and not just your peer, this is the key. Schmoozing is a turnoff. I don't like it. It's not real. But instead, as you demonstrate leadership, you should positively start interacting with people and reflect where they are in their life. Has anybody ever seen this quadrant before? Yay! A couple of them. This is a wonderful graphic from a book called Radical Candor by Kim Scott. And basically this means if you do this for them, you have to be willing to encourage them to do this for you. Okay? Let's start with ruinous empathy. There's a wonderful television show called Friends. I don't know if anybody heard of it. And there was an episode where one character was trying to play the piano or sing. Can't remember which. And their friend was like, "You sound amazing." They did not. They were not amazing. They were off key. It was not great. But they wanted to just so be encouraging. They're like, "You're amazing. You should hold a concert. This is fantastic. I love it." So they did. They scheduled a concert. And they felt really frustrated as they went through it, and people would get up and leave because they just weren't a very good singer. That sucks. How can I correlate this to being a developer? Oh, I know. Hello, junior dev. Hello, mid-level dev. You're going to be amazing at this really complicated, convoluted thing we're building that you've never done before, but I know it's going to be great, and then just leave the room. That's how you set them up for failure, because you just tell them they can do it, but not how to do it. You're not really helping. You're just kind of trying to empathize, but really you're setting them up for failure without support. Then there's manipulative insincerity. I'm sure at some point in your life, you'll have somebody that you work for say, "Hi, I just want to chat with you. We're just going to write down a couple of things that happened the other day. It's no big deal. I want you to just sign this whenever you're done, but it's no big deal." Don't do it. They're just trying to manipulate you into something that will make it easier to get rid of you. They're not actually caring about if you're doing well in your job. They don't care about you as a person. They just want to do their job easier, and maybe you're in their way. But they can't look like a bully, because now we all have lots of educational guides that tell us we can't do that as a manager. So instead, we're going to manipulate you into thinking we care. As you grow in your career and you start to have people to report to you, please don't do this. If there's a problem, try going in much earlier when it's still very small. It's microscopic, and then avoid this whole problem entirely. There's obnoxious aggression. I could go into a long explanation of this, but all I have to really say is Stack Overflow. It's not very helpful, is it, just to yell at people and tell them that they're dumb? That's just being aggressive. That's not being honest with someone. That's just being obnoxious. That doesn't work either. So how do we get to radical candor? So what does that mean? You have to set a baseline of trust. And the truth is valuable coming from someone who actually cares. You have to earn the right to give feedback, and they have to earn the right to give it to you. You cannot engage with a human only when a correction is needed. And you can't engage with your manager only when you need something. Oh, I have to talk to my manager more? Oh, don't like that. They're busy. They are. But talk to them about things you've done or where you've been going and how you can help. That's not you needing something. That's not you having a problem. That's you offering. Because why would I trust what you have to say? You didn't take the time to get to know me at all and understand where I'm coming from, so why would I listen? I wouldn't. Read this book, it's really fantastic. You have to truly open connection with other people in order for this to work. I put together a little graphic that I did myself, so nobody judge me, please. If you learn why someone is behaving the way they are, then you can generate empathy. If they feel heard, then they feel safe with you. And then they'll develop trust with you. Because with trust comes the ability to be radically candid with them and have feedback and learnings in that moment that you don't take as an injury to yourself personally. It just becomes about how to move forward. And then through that, increases your ability because you're not worried about what other people think of you anymore because you have that safety and trust with the people you're working with, which means you can create a habit to where you don't even think about it anymore, and then that generates more empathy. It's like this connection force multiplier loop, very scientific. People will forget what you said, forget what you did, but they'll never forget how you made them feel. So while you need to be visible, you also need to be memorable. And this is the way you do that. To become visible, you have to show others that you see them first. You share what you've done very often. And you have to inspire by example, by putting your stuff out there and listening to what others have. Then you become a visible, memorable developer in your own right, on top of all the awesome code that you do. Give people a reason to not forget you, and they will not forget you. It's okay to stand out in a monochromatic world. It feels awkward at first, but you want to be the one that stands out because you'll be the one that will be given the opportunity first. I believe each one of you can do this, not because I believe, it's not some ruinous empathy here, but because I did, and I was absolutely nobody in a position where I didn't start coding until I was 27, and here I am. And if I can do this, you can do this. Don't hide your talent. Share it with us. Make sure you spend time meeting at least 5 people during this conference and connect with them afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Heather, for joining us. And you will be around for the rest of the day. So if you go up and meet Heather at some point today, that's 1 out of your 5 people as well. You can check one of them off. It is morning tea time, but before everyone goes, I would like to quickly, we've noticed there's a mistake in the printed handbook. So the schedules have the correct times and speakers and locations. The website is also correct, but there are a couple of misprints in the speaker profiles. So refer to either the session schedule pages or the website for the correct locations for talks throughout today, or see our help desk if you have any questions. It is morning tea time, so once again, food will be shared, food will be served on the terraces and in the sports lounge. But can I quickly ask our lovely speakers to hold back? We promise there'll be food left for you, so we can get a photo. If the speakers can stay and everyone else can leave. Thank you very much.
Feedback. To hear feedback. To articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms.
And global businesses. We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is her team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's been said?
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
It's all right. No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ethics Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way. so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Two, check, two, check.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review, it's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our first session, Stop Writing Fragile Tests, Use Solid Principle by Ryan Oakley. Ryan is a neurodiverse software developer who is here to talk about what happens when you apply coding best practices to your tests. Please welcome Ryan.
New unicorn idea, next billion-dollar business. What if we just bought back MySpace? Because like a lot of you, I feel like social media's gone a bit wrong lately. So I figured we'd just make a newer 2023 edition. So, of course, I developed it using React and TypeScript. because I don't really understand HTML and I never want to see a line of CSS. So I make a profile component, has your date of birth on it, your favorite band, personal hero, which song really represents me. And if you click on the Show Friends button, oh, I haven't got any friends yet. But if we pick to someone who's actually popular and click on his friends, you see he has lots of friends. And this project, I'm actually going to do test automation. And I'm not going to give up when it breaks. I'm like really sure this time I'm going to make it work. But then I'm sort of remembered why I give up every time. In what I like to call the top 5 reasons you give up on test automation. Number 1, having to rewrite the unit tests from scratch every time I change my code. I change how a component works, most of the tests won't pass anymore and often aren't relevant or need significant modifications. 2, they're flaky and they break easily. Sometimes I get desperate with tests and just start removing white space or whatever else I can find. Number 3 is they're tedious to write. You always copy and paste a bit in software development, but when I write tests, it feels like all I'm doing is copy and pasting and changing one line of code each time. And finally, or number 4, tests are often written wrong. Then you sort of get to the 5th reason, where you think, why am I even bothering with this? I could spend this time writing features. Now, I think the 5th reason is really an element of the first 4 reasons. Because we don't ask ourselves, why are we bothering with CI/CD? Why are we bothering with version control? We know those things add value. But the reason I think we get sick with testing is it's really frustrating. So whenever I find a problem like this, I always wonder, am I the problem? Maybe I just don't know how to test properly. So whenever I hit a fault like that, I go look at open source code. Because after all, what is the point of open source if we never actually look at the source? And what I found was a lot of open source projects, even very large ones and very popular ones, also don't bother with testing. They assumedly do it manually. So after looking for a while, I eventually found one that does do testing, and that was WordPress's Calypso new React frontend. Now, if you've ever read a unit testing book, then you'll be aware of the AAA of unit testing. Arrange, act, assert. Arrange means arrange your data. Act means do whatever action that you need to run your test. For this sense, render a component. Jetpack signup does sound very fun. And then assert means check that what you thought happened actually happened. In this case, they're using the React test library, where it checks if the expected test is both visible and has the correct CSS class. Now, at this point, I'm like, when you add a new test case, you copy and paste that again. And I don't think that's very maintainable code. If I wrote code like that in my normal code base, where instead of defining reusable functions, instead of defining good abstractions, I'd get roasted in code review. But if I don't include code like this, I'll get roasted in code review. So at this point, I was like, well, I guess my tests aren't bad. We're clearly doing it wrong. And whenever I face like a design question like this, where I'm trying to find a new way of doing this, I go back, I ask myself, why are my tests hard to maintain? Because fundamentally why tests break is code can't be robust to code changes. Doesn't matter how many try catches you put in, there's no error handling that can help. However, it can be easier to change. Which means I go back to my software-defined principles, which, as you can tell by the title of this talk, are the solid principles. Starting with the silent D of the solid principles, don't repeat yourself. Don't repeat yourself states that if you find yourself doing the same code over and over again, defining the same variables over and over again, define them in a single location. Going back to an actual test case for the component at the start, I can immediately move the arrange out of the test, leaving the act and the assert inside the test. But you notice I'm now repeating the act. So I can define that as a separate variable. All of a sudden, if I need to change my render, or if I need to change the data, it's one location. I can go a step further. Because it's TypeScript, I can just do a for loop and loop over a whole list of indicative examples of people. and run the test for each of those people, and I have a whole list of tests broken down by each edge case. If I need to add another person, maybe I found a bug where if you have a Spanish name, it's not represented, it's an error, I just add another person. Going a step further. Next, for that conditional logic I had at the start, where if you have friends, it renders a list, otherwise it doesn't, I can just filter the list with an if statement. If they have friends, check that each friend is in the list. If they don't, make sure the sad message shows so they engage with our platform more. Finally, you can take this a step further when you realize that you don't need to redefine the test data for each test. You can move the test data into a separate location and then reuse that same data across your entire code base. Which means that, again, if you find an edge case, you add it once, test everywhere. So with just using dry alone, changes in data is now easy. It is easy to add new test cases, and there is consistent test data across all of my tests. I'm like, well done. I reinvented parameterized testing. Let's take it a step further. Moving on to the S in the solid principles, single responsibility principle. Single responsibility principle states that each entity should have exactly one responsibility and do it well. For example, in a professional kitchen, they have a separate station for each of their chefs. You have the pasta chef, the fish chef, the meat chef, and based on my knowledge of professional kitchens, which I learned entirely from Kitchen Nightmares, you have to have a dedicated yeller. So, looking again, I identified 4 responsibilities. We have the assemble, assert, act, we saw before, where assemble provides the data for a certain act, and then you have a 4th one, combine. Combine is responsible for combining the various modules of assemble, assert, and act into a unique test. And this is what I really wanted to go for, a modular approach, because I wanted to be able to easily combine different data with different actions with different assertions. Now, at this point, I'm going to speed up our traversal of the solid principles. Because when you're designing, you don't just apply one principle at a time, unless you're writing a tutorial. So we're going to have to do a bit up front. Moving on to the O, the open-close principle. Open-close principle means something is open to extension without modifying the code itself. Now, a good example of this is Kirby. Kirby can absorb the powers of his enemies. Super impressive. And there are defined ways that he does it with each one. But Kirby doesn't become a different person. Now, a typical way we'd see this in code is code you can pass in, say, an object with a database interface, which deals with the operations of the database. Or you pass in a function that's a callback when you render the component, and so forth. Moving on to the I, interface segregation principle. Now, this one's a bit of a relic of the past, because back when we had C+ and Java, creating new types was a whole ceremony. You had to create, sometimes you have to create 3 files to do one thing. You define the interface, you define object to take the interface, and you define object to receive the interface. And what this wanted to prevent is often when you have that much code to define a type, you'd end up with interfaces that are overly broad. The interface segregation principle means that objects should only implement the methods they actually use, to prevent situations where you need an interface with 1 method on it, it has 10 methods on it, and you have the actually implemented method, and then 10 methods that throw a not implemented exception. In TypeScript, and in a modern day programming, what that looks like to me is when you define interfaces, you should think about what should be defaulted out, what is really necessary, and what isn't necessary. Moving on to the D, the dependency inversion principle. Now, some of you might know this as dependency injection. The idea here is that rather than having the code related to the dependency inside the function itself, you should pass it in. The typical example given here is when connecting to a database, the object that writes the data shouldn't be responsible for the connection. The connection should be passed into it. Or you can go a step further and define an interface for writing data to any database, and then pass that interface into the object. In our particular example, it means that we pass in the render, we pass in the assert, and we pass in the assemble. In addition to this, I have my own little preferences for code. First of all, I'm a big believer in operations over data versus explicit written code, meaning that I like lists of functions that I map over, which leads to the second point of I see behavior as data, meaning that I'd see a list of functions as relevant data as a list of people. Now, that doesn't make much sense until I show you this code example. So a normal sane developer would do the top approach. So they need to validate a person. They do a number of if statements. If all the if statements are true, you return true. So I do it the second way, and I create a list of free functions, which all make those checks, and then check if every single one matches. And the reason I like doing this is now I can easily add additional validators and combine different lists of validators. And the reason I bring this up is it's going to be very relevant to all the code examples. So that brings me to my first pattern, the create, activate, assert pattern. And what I found was just about every test I need to write for the UI, and more broadly speaking, any other interactive system, revolves around setting up the environment, i.e. rendering the component, zero to many activators, and then assert that what I think is true is actually true. The activator is a slightly complicated part. So the reason why I say zero is a lot of the time with React, you just want to check that what the component rendered correctly. You don't really care about interaction. However, sometimes you need some user clicks. Sometimes there's a complicated set of user interactions that you're trying to test. That's why you have 0 to n activators, and what they look like in actual code is passed in functions that could do any number of actions. So go into this code. This is the backbone of the entire approach I came up with. So at the top, we have a simple type. The query name is the test name, and the screen query is the assert part. So when I said expect this to be on text, it just runs that. Now you might notice a rather ugly peak TypeScript type definition on there. And if you've been on Twitter in the last few weeks, you know that someone posted something spicy on GitHub and then everyone debated about it for a week, which is that sometimes in TypeScript it can feel like wrangly types. The reason why I have the ugly bit of TypeScript there is just basically like, if I define a lambda, I don't care what it returns, just ignore it. So onto the main part of code, which is the pattern. It's just as I said before. It sets up user events because I'm using the React test library. You have to set up user events to simulate user interaction. And then renders the page, and then passes in the user object to the activator, so it can do the user interaction, and then tests the query. The last little bit is a wrapper around that. I'll get to why later, but that's to make sure I can test it. Because something I found out during all of this, and it probably should have been obvious in hindsight, is you can't define a test inside of a test. That wouldn't really make much sense, and just really doesn't like it when you try. So right now, it looks like an overly top abstraction that doesn't really provide much value. But what it allows is standardized testing. Let's look at an example. So starting with something really simple, I can combine all of the tests I have before into a list and then map or iterate over a list. So for those who aren't really into the functional stuff, map is just a fancy way of doing a for loop in one line to show off to your friends. That's pretty cool, but I can do better. Next month for the friend list, because it's all just data now, I can put in each friend in a person into a test case generator. I have only one test case there for brevity, but I could have any number of test cases. So I just have them detecting the name, but I could have test cases for making sure it has the right href, making sure the image is present, and so forth. Then I simply map over all those test cases, and now I've tested each friend. Going a little further, what I realized is that there were some discrete categories of tests. And now that I started treating my tests like real code, I can create reusable functions that then standardizes those behaviors across the entire code base. Stuff like text being absent, making sure the right HTML attribute is on the right HTML, making sure that specific HTML is in the test, which is a bit fragile, but sometimes necessary, and snapshot testing. The benefit of this is when I want to change the behavior of any of those tests, for example, if your test harness becomes made deprecated, thanks Airbnb, then you can change it all in one location. Going a little further. Next, I realize is now that test cases are just data, some test cases might be universal across your entire app. So for example, the loading behavior of your app might be the same regardless of what screen they're on. So you can start defining what that looks like, and then all you need to do is find a renderer that keeps the app in a loading state. Same with error. You can have it error out using some preconfined condition, and then have the same error behavior across the entire app. And if you need to change that behavior, you can do it in one location. Going a little further. This breaks a little bit from my MySpace example into actual production code. Something I like is my loading or error indicator. Depending on the props, it will either show loading or error. By combining the screen test case with the props, I can now define the owner list and map over them and just pass the props into the renderer. Some other examples, which are a bit too verbose for a slide. My favorite one is cross-site scripting, the most annoying attack to deal with, because if you make one mistake, some hacker will eventually figure it out and make a self-retweeting tweet. Now, cross-site scripting is when some user passes in some data that, say, executes JavaScript and then retweets itself. Now, the way you fix this is you purify the input of the user. What I do is, for every relevant field, I pump that field, I put in the each example of bad text, pump that through a purifier, and then make sure it meets the purified text. So if the text should be purified, it should look like, go from this to this, and use those same examples across the entire code base. Next is accessibility tagging. If you have common standards for accessibility tagging across your code base for certain components, one set of test cases works everywhere. One thing I used to find very tedious is routing. The number of times I have to create a memory router to test that my page redirects to the correct page gets really tedious. But with a little bit of a test harness, you can have one router set up for each of those cases, and then you just pass in a render function and the URL it's supposed to re-render to. 1 second. Finally, if you have a legal department, you might be used to the idea of having to have the certain footer on every page. With this approach, again, you can just make a list of test examples that have to pass every time. Moving on to other patterns. So for these two, I like to call them climbing the pyramid. So for those who aren't aware, maybe you're a little too young and we've sort of moved on from it, the testing pyramid has the unit tests at the bottom. They test discrete functions. Then you move up to your service/integration tests, which test that your code can integrate with various external services. And then right at the top, you have your UI/end-to-end tests. Typically speaking, what we did is we'd have 3 separate code bases. We'd have all of our unit tests, and then copy, paste, and change dependencies, all of our integration tests, and then do it again for UI tests. What I found is the first pattern to sort of do this in an automatic fashion is dependency unwrapping. So when we do unit tests, often we have to mock out our external dependencies, like our APIs. Now, the benefit of this is the API acts in a consistent way. You don't necessarily need your API spun out the whole time. And you can test, does the code work, or is it the dependency that's the problem? The downside to this is if your assumption about how it works is wrong, then your tests pass, but your code fails. What you can do using this approach is you can loop over all your test cases, moving one dependency at a time to figure out where exactly your code breaks. Is it the web API? Is it the database? Is it the core logic of your app? And this allows you to know exactly where your code is broken before you even open your debugger. Tools reversal. Another way we climb the testing pyramid is we change our tools. So if I want to do the unit testing, I would use a React testing library. But for end-to-end testing, I'd use something like Puppeteer. With the correct abstractions, you can take the same logic and then move up the hierarchy to do the unit level testing and then test the different browsers. Moving away from the testing pyramid, I like to structure my backends as pipelines. This is a really obvious one, but I see lots of examples of people not using it, where you create a single test data import to test the first segment, you pump it to that, and then then for the second segment, you pump it through the first segment into the second segment, so that when your pipeline's being tested, you only need to define your test data once, and then each segment's output becomes the input of the next segment. So again, you know exactly where your pipeline failed. And finally, condition/assumption testing. So UI apps these days usually have tons and tons and tons of settings, which we just don't bother testing, which is where you get those edge cases like, I'm in dark mode, I increased my zoom to 500%, and I turned off half the settings, and why doesn't my app doesn't work? With this approach, tests are just data. You iterate over the different settings and configurations, and then you can test which configurations break your tests. You can also run with different browsers and browser configurations, though that should probably be done outside TypeScript in something like a CI/CD platform. So I'm a big believer that in software there are no clear wins. Everything is a trade-off. But I also like to start with positive. So the benefits is it's easy to add new test cases, allowing for fine-grained testing, which I covered in the patterns. Repeated logic isn't really an issue anymore. It's much reduced, much less copying and pasting. Standardized testing is what I find when it comes to tests is, depending on which developer writes them, they're usually dramatically different, absent, or dramatically different in quality. Once you have some clear categorization, you now have a standardized test suite. So if I go to any developer's tests, they should be using those categories. I can just sort of browse through what they're testing. And once your tests are data, you can manipulate, transform them, iterate over them, whatever you want, combine them, and so forth. Consequences. The first one made me laugh when I realized your tests now need tests. Because if you're defining common functionality and standardized testing forms, you really should write some tests for those. This is annoying because writing tests for your tests feels really silly, and some things you can't test, like that fact that I need to write a wrapper for that. But the benefit of this is, one of the issues with tests is sometimes the tests are wrong. If I know that my standardized categorized tests are correct in their behavior, that's less of a concern because I'm not redefining the wheel every single time. The second one is something that usually comes up with, developers who are more old school, where they like their code to be glanceable. Now, that is a legitimate concern because you're creating all these abstractions. Can I still read my code like a book? My sort of response to that is, these days, if I make a web API request, I'm going to be like, hang on, where's the TCP/IP packet logic? Where are the headers passed? No, I sort of have those abstractions in my head. If I brought someone new into this code base, they'd be like, what the hell are these tests? These aren't any tests I've looked like. What do I do? But once you understand the abstractions like everything, I think it becomes fairly reasonable. Before we wrap up, I'd like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Now, in addition to helping with the giveaway and all that, they make this event possible. I don't get the chance to talk in front of developers too often, and this is something I've been working on for a number of years, and I'm really happy that they can give the opportunity. I'm also really happy they can keep the ticket price so low, because it makes it more accessible to more people. So overall, I call this approach data-driven testing, because everything has to be driven by something. But this might not be the best way of doing it. This is my interpretation of how to make my testing code better. Because the whole thesis of this talk isn't do it my way, it's how can we make it better? Because I don't think the way our tests are currently written are very maintainable. I think that's why we give up on it. And as developers, we've proven that we spend tons of time on non-feature stuff. So I suppose the call to action here is, what would happen if you wrote tests that are worthy of being maintained? What would happen if you applied your software craftsmanship to them? Because I'm not the best developer in the world. Hell, I'm probably not even the best developer in this room. Actually, I'm definitely not. I can see multiple people who are better developers than me. But that's sort of what I'm getting at here. So we've got a few minutes for questions. The only sort of self-promoting thing I'll do is, I should be on social media because I want to do more events like this. In a very autistic way, I knew I should be on social media, so I spent the last year reading Twitter. It's been a wild year on Twitter, by the way. If you are a Twitter person, feel free to give me a follow. I would appreciate it. Posts are coming in like 2024 probably, whenever I feel I've done my analysis. We've got a few minutes left, I think. So if anyone has any questions, now would be the time.
Yo, dog. Hey, so I think this is an interesting perspective. I worry about the fact that, like, obviously you're quite a talented developer putting together these like abstractions, but what happens when you leave, a new dev comes in and has to like very quickly upskill on, I guess, your domain-specific like meta language to testing? Because I've seen instances where people have done some sort of abstraction on top of tests, but then they've left, the next person hasn't really maintained them. So now there's like 5 or 6 different ways people are writing tests. They all work, but they're not consistent with each other because there's no like uniformed like structure to like how we should all be doing it. So I guess I'm curious your thoughts about that.
I would consider that more of a team culture problem. We deal with abstractions every day, and learning a new abstraction is always annoying. Like everyone remembers the first time they had to learn the cloud, and then suddenly we're multi-cloud, and now we have to be on Azure. But if you make an abstraction like this in your team, ideally one day use one that's open source. You should have documentation around it. You should have coding practices around it. Whoever onboards the person should be like, this is how we write tests. And if you have a situation where you end up with like sedimentary layers of tests, then that's probably a problem with your team's culture around coding in general. Because if that's in your testing code, I'd imagine it's in your main code base as well. However, I have been in a situation where someone wrote something that's overly complex with like many layers of abstraction, clearly just trying to show off that they can do a sick 720 while coding. That's why I like to keep things simple with a data-oriented approach. You always have to be careful with abstractions though.
Cheers, mate.
Hello. I'm a developer. Sometimes I do the test first. I write the test first, and then I write the code. Or sometimes I write the code and then write the test. Which one do you think is the best?
So what you're getting at is a lot of people feel that you should write your test first, and then that defines how your code will function. I'm not a TDD person because I just found that my brain just can't work that way. I think in theory, if your brain works that way, writing the test first makes more sense because then you don't have biases when you write your tests and you have the clear define of what the inputs and outputs should be. But I don't think it's enough of a win to try and rewire how my brain works.
Thank you very much.
You mentioned before having pipelines and making a progression from your unit tests to your UI integration tests. How do you manage not repeating your data prep between your unit tests and your integration tests?
Right. It really depends. So with the dependency unwrapping, that's relatively easy to do because you just have the same test, but you just pass in different mocks each time. For integrating with stuff like Puppeteer, going from React testing to Puppeteer, that's more of an idea I have. I haven't quite implemented it yet. But basically, I found that there's a lot of common steps. So you just have to find the right sort of abstraction in converting the user interaction in screen testing to the user interaction Puppeteer. The data itself is the easier part because you'd use, the way I do it is for my dev version of the app, I have a dev data directory. So instead of reading from the cloud, I have it in a directory using a little bit of dependency inversion. And that's how I do it. And then I try to keep that dev data consistent with the test data. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
No, that's great. Yeah, mocking approach to proxies for data APIs. Great.
I believe. Oh, one more? Okay.
I think you were saying something about starting with like everything mocked in your test, and then trying to remove the dependencies when you were like trying to track down issues. I guess I was hoping to hear more about what that means.
Yeah, I think an example might help. So let's say I have a function that grabs some data from a web API, grabs some data from another web API, and then writes it to a database. Now, let's say there's some transformation there. Let's say it capitalizes all the text. So what that would look like with maximum mocks is I mock out each of those requests by mocking out the getter function on my HTTP client. I then, so those are the two ones. I mock out the database by mocking out the database write function, so it writes to nothing and just returns a success automatically. So those are my three mocks. The test would be testing that each of the fields are capitalized. So the first iteration of the test would just test that the capitalization works correctly. The second one removes the first mock and then tests that the code still doesn't crash and you still get the correct return from the database. So let's say we remove the mock from one of the web APIs, check that that would check that the data we expected to get using the mock is the same as what we actually got. Same for the second web API's mock being removed. The database one will check that, are we actually writing data to the database in a way it expects? For example, is the SQL structure the way we expect it to be, etc. And check that it still gives us success. So with the same logic, same test data or ideally, or similar test data, but we just check at each stage that each of the mocks being removed doesn't break the test.
So you mean, when you say remove a mock, you mean make a real call?
Yes.
Okay.
Cool.
I believe we have time for one more question.
One more, cool.
I wanted to ask you about your comments about your code becoming less glanceable when you're adding abstractions. I've always thought that adding an abstraction over something much more complex can make your code more glanceable. It makes it easier to understand what's going on because it moves some of that complexity away. Can you have examples where you're writing tests to make something that's more complicated easier to understand?
Yeah, I actually completely agree with you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made this approach. When I think about criticisms or consequences of an approach, I usually think about what other people with different experiences and different biases in their software development would think. And I have encountered developers who really like simplicity, really like knowing what's going on under the hood, sometimes even to the extreme. And I was just trying to deal with that particular criticism. But abstraction can get complicated if you ever, because I learnt Haskell a long time ago, and that is max abstraction. And where it gets complicated is when you have a bunch of functions where it's not clear what they do and what their intention is, and a bunch of really complicated abstractions where you're like creating 6 different objects and that somehow achieves your goal. But mostly I was trying to address people who sort of think about code in a different way. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I'll be hanging around for a little while longer if you want to question me off stage.
Our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review, it's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms
And global businesses. We even went to Mars.
or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay. It's a wrap. Nailed it.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to session 2. This is about problem solving. This is Matthew James, CTO and software engineer, and he's going to talk to us today about running great software teams. Please welcome Matthew James.
Thanks very much. I love hearing a crowd of developers cheer in for some nerdy talks, so this is my jam. I wanted to do a talk because I want to find public speaking fun, and so I tried to submit a talk last year, and I was umming and ahhing about it. And then I submitted it late, and they wouldn't let me in because I emailed the organizer, and they were like, "Look, that wouldn't be fair on everyone else." And I was like, "Come on." And anyway, I was at the drinks for DDD, and I overheard someone talking about this like CTO guy who tried to like jam his talk in after the thing, and I was not proud of it, but like I didn't admit it was me. I just sort of said something along the lines of, "Yeah, that guy sounds like a real jerk." Anyway, I got my talk in really early this year, and my friend told me that if you want to get a DDD talk in, it's got to be a little bit cryptic and quite a bit clickbaity, so I think I nailed that. So the talk is on running modern software teams. And firstly, I'd just like to thank our sponsors. Great bunch of sponsors here. Yeah, GitHub, you really don't need to advertise to us anymore. Like we all love you. It's cool. But yeah, thanks to all the sponsors. Wouldn't be here without you. I'm Matt James, CTO and software engineer. I was a former software engineer and CTO at VGW for a number of years. I freelanced for the last year, and now I'm the CTO at Isotana. I'm married with 2 dogs. I'm an okay tennis player, but a really good coffee maker. And I don't just do software development as my job, but I also have it as a hobby, and that's illustrated by I've done 10 of the ICFP functional programming contests, which run for 3 days. And it's the first time writing that sentence was the first time I realized that I've spent 30 days of my life living off beer and pizza. And I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing. But this talk today is a bit about my time in all 3 of those different roles, but particularly as a freelancer, because I got exposed to a lot of different software teams. Probably about 4 or 5 directly, and indirectly I heard about how maybe a dozen plus teams are running their software teams, and I noticed some common problems. So I thought I'd talk about those common problems. I don't want to be negative about it because I think we've come a long way. Like I don't see anyone like 10 years ago deploying 6-month release cycles or anything like that. So we have to appreciate we've like made massive strides in how we run teams. So, but as you always do that, there's new problems that come up, and so that's what I'm going to be talking about today. So how I like to think about it is there's things inside the box that we all know and love and we're focused on and we get better at them, and then there's things outside the box, and it's the things outside the box, I think, that need a little bit of work now. So we're getting quite good at CI/CD and DevOps and cloud infrastructure and all these things, and we've focused hard on that, and that's good. We should keep doing that. But also, like, we need to focus on things like architecture, design, communication, planning, prioritization, judgment, alignment, strategy, these kinds of things. And I don't see as many talks about that, though this year there's been a few more, which is good. I hear a lot around the place, things like, oh yeah, but that's not my job. I really dislike that one because these are the things that help you write better software, and if you just want to fob that off to the product manager, then I don't think that's a good thing. Also, the teams that I see having an equal say in things like prioritization are the teams that run the best. So I'm going to talk a little bit about these things in the talk today. And if you want any more motivation, then AI is coming for all your jobs, so we need to get better. So I'm not going to tease you anymore. The problem with problem solving is you might not be solving the right problem. I have a tendency as an engineer to just jump straight into the first solution that comes to mind, and I head full ball down a direction, and then only later find out that I should have thought that through a little bit better. So yeah, I have a natural tendency, because solving problems is the exciting part, it's the interesting part, and I love it. And if you leave me in a room without solving a problem, then I probably eat the couch. why is this important? Well, Richard Hamming, who was a pioneer in our industry, was saying this. So he said, formulating a problem incorrectly sets you off on the wrong path in the first place. So he's talking about, think about what problem you're actually solving first. And he said, it's better to solve the right problem the wrong way than to solve the wrong problem the right way. Because if you solve the wrong problem the right way, you make it wronger. And it's not just about wasting time. So wasting time is one factor, but if you go off in the wrong direction, to get back on the right direction, you kind of have to undo all the work you just did to get yourself back to the start. You may not even realize you're going in the wrong direction until right to the end. There's sunk cost fallacy. You get so far down the wrong path that you're like, oh, I can't go back now. And yeah, but if you solve the right problem the wrong way, at least you can improve and you're going in the right direction. So this is a little bit esoteric at the moment, but I'm going to explain it with some examples. But first of all, why isn't prioritization easy? Like, it should be simple, right? Like, there's only two categories, what we do now and what we do later. So why can't we just nail prioritization? Why does this cause so many problems? Like, the product manager should just tell us what to do now and we'll do it. And, you know, like, it can't be that hard. But actually, it's probably one of the hardest problems that we have because to use an example, let's say we came up with the whole list of the priorities of things to build. We've got all these features that we're going to build and then roll out. And then tomorrow there's like a solar flare or something and the internet goes down. And now like we thought we had a solid plan and a solid roadmap and it's all thrown out the window. Maybe a more realistic example is like Silicon Valley Bank going under and now all your priorities are out the window because your company's going under. Those are extreme examples, but the same thing happens almost every day. You know, there's unknown things that come about that really shift all your priorities and you've got to be able to adapt to that. Otherwise you're stuck going down the wrong path. So key point number one, identify the right problem to solve. Going to use an example from Theodore Levitt. He said, how do we make a better drill? Like, let's say you have an engineering team and your company is building drills. And your CEO comes to the team and goes, hey, you guys, you need to make an awesome drill this year. Off you go. What do you do at that point? Like, you've got an existing drill, you've got to make a better one. Well, the first thing I see teams do is they sort of like break down the drill or they break down their product. So they go, here are the features in the drill. Like, we'll break it down, we'll cut it up into slices, and then there's power, precision, battery life, modularity, brand, grip, blah, blah. And then we'll use some kind of like framework, maybe prioritization framework, or we'll do it kind of loosely. We'll just sort of line all these things up in terms of, you know, top being the lowest effort, highest value thing, and we'll work down the list. And yeah, you could use, like, I see people using CD3 or some kind of agile prioritization framework. And it's sort of based around this, sort of based around taking your product, breaking it down, or taking a problem, breaking it down, and then sorting all those things into a list. But like I said with prioritization being messy, what about the things you don't know about? So if you just take this is a very like focus on the things you do know about. We know the drill, we know all the features, let's just sort all those. If we did a little research, just a quick Google search in fact, you might find a little bit of information you don't know about. The average productive time of a drill in its entire lifespan is about 12 to 13 minutes. So tell me this, which one of those features should we improve based on the fact that in the entire lifetime, the drill's only used for 12 minutes? I'd argue none of those are really going to make a difference to a customer's life who's using a drill. So yeah, that's one way to go about prioritization, and you can see sort of the problems with that. Levitt then went on to say people don't want to buy a quarter-inch drill. What they really want is a quarter-inch hole. And he's saying that all those features are actually, they don't matter. In fact, the product itself is even irrelevant. What the people want is just their problem solved. And how you do it is sort of just like totally up to you, and you know, basically the product being irrelevant means that you can come up with other ways of solving problems. So there's a great way to sort of discover what the customers want by a guy called Sakichi Toyoda, who in the early 1900s came up with the 5 whys, and it wasn't really applied properly until later in the 70s. But the Toyota manufacturing line, you think of a manufacturing business as being quite straightforward, maybe a bit boring. You're just sort of running things through a line. But what he did was sort of reject this approach of breaking, like if you want to improve a process in the manufacturing line, you just break it down and then improve the parts and put them all back together again. And he rejected that in favor of doing the complete opposite. So he said, well, the first thing we need to do is we need to go and expand our thinking by going to a higher level and finding out or like figuring out what people really want in the first place, or maybe what's going wrong in the process overall. So he came up with the 5 whys. So you go, why do you need a drill? You need to drill a lot of things. What kind of things? Mainly holes in the wall. Why do you need a hole so I can put in a nail? Why do you need a nail to hang a painting? And why do you want to hang a painting in the first place? Because it's no good on the floor. After about 5, it gets a bit redundant. So I think that's why he called it the 5 whys. So yeah, this is one way to, if you think about it, instead of going down from your product inwards, you're going from the product outwards. You're trying to look out into what's actually driving the forces behind why people use these things in the first place. And he had great success doing this. If you read The Toyota Way, which is a great book, you'll find that actually rejecting this sort of traditional thinking gave them a lot of success in improving their processes. So what people really want is the painting on the wall. In the product design world, you guys might be familiar or not, but this is what's called context. So you're building in this context, and context is sort of a primary thing to think about before you go off and start building something. In fact, it's probably the first thing. Form is the product or the solution that you end up building to fit into that context. And it has, it fits into the context, and how good it fits into the context is called fitness. It's how good your solution is. And affordances are things like the features of it that sort of get shaped and affect the fitness of the product. There's one way to think about it. Akoff said the best thing that can be done to a problem is to solve it. False. The best thing that can be done to a problem is to dissolve it, to redesign the entity that has it or its environment so as to eliminate the problem in the first place. Often this is another thing where if you jump to solutions, you'll end up solving problems that could have been dissolved had you reorganized or rethought the problem itself. So get to the underlying problem. No one even wants a hole in the wall. What they want is just the painting on the wall, and that's why these adhesive companies are doing so well. And if you think about it, the drill companies, the competitor to your drill product is not another drill company. It's actually these adhesive companies now. So this might be a trend that they didn't actually pick up on. And instead of building the next drill, they should have been looking into this. Kind of like Blockbuster with online. Anyway. Okay, to bring it back to software for a minute, I see this one a lot. So it's the classic download button. Someone from the business comes to you and says, can you just put this download button here? It's a small piece of work, let's just do it. And they're not even coming to you with a problem, they're coming to you with the solution. And then you're like, okay, you put the download button in, they can download the table in your app as a spreadsheet. And then 6 months later, they come back to you again and go, we've got a big mess in our Google Drive because we've got all these spreadsheets sitting there now. Can you go and sort that out? So the first thing to do when someone comes to you with a solution is to ask what the problem is. And we used to have a saying at VGW, which worked quite well, which goes, anyone in the company can pretty much ask anyone else who's working on something like, what problem are you actually solving? And half the time they go, I don't really know. Like, I'm just building the thing. But it sort of forced us to focus on it and for everyone to just have an understanding of why we're doing something in the first place. And if you went and talked to the person who wanted it and you asked them about why they want the download button, oh, so I can send the spreadsheet off to someone in finance. And then you're like, well, why can't the person in finance log in and just see it? Oh, well, they're not in the system. Okay, let's just add them into the system. We don't need a download button. So perfect example of dissolving the problem. So how do you know what the actual problem is? Well, you need to go and investigate. And Dan Markovitz said about product development that good investigators visit the crime scene. So this is how you go out and you actually identify and figure out what is really going on and what problem you really need to solve, and to do this sort of expansive thinking rather than inward-facing thinking. Actually, don't ask why questions first, because why gives you all kinds of opinions that you don't really need at the start. What you want to do is you ask what questions first. What do they really do? And if you think about it, this is what investigators do. And a lot of product designers and product managers these days are here talking about how investigators run interviews with customers. And it's all about the facts. You don't want opinions first, you want facts. So first of all, don't make assumptions, like just clear your head of assumptions. And don't lead the interviewee, and ask specific facts, not opinions. If you think about your favorite crime scene investigator, they don't go, hey, what do you think happened? Oh, well, you know. No, they don't ask that. They go, what exactly did you see? At what time? You know, what were you doing? Rather than asking them, what do they think happened, which can lead you all astray. Look into the forces. Why do they need it? Why do they want it? Were they under time constraints? Be specific, like what time, literally what time did you want to use the download button? Oh, well, it was just before lunch and I had to get it off to finance because they were screaming at me down the phone, and you know, you start to get a whole picture. Okay, maybe I'll go talk to the finance person, see why they need it. So once you know all the facts, then you can start to expand. That's when you can do some problem solving and start to invent some solutions. The age-old quote for this is, if I ask customers what they want, they told me a faster horse. Henry Ford. And it's the same here. What you want is facts. What are you doing? When are you doing it? And then you can basically get to the why through that. All right, this is a bit of a busy slide, but bear with me. So when I do product strategy and planning and prioritization, there's really three categories that I think about. First on the left is bottom-up thinking. So there's code we're working on right now. They're related to these JIRA tasks. We identify new problems from the tasks we're currently working on, and then we go and solve those problems. And that's very similar to the example I gave at the start, where you break down the things you currently know about. There's also top-down thinking, which is you start with the end in mind. You start with the customers. What are the customers trying to get done? What can we do to make an impact on that? Identify a set of solutions from that, and then work on those highest impact solutions. And this is also good, but not complete. It's not fully sufficient. You also have strategic thinking, which is sort of more expansive than that. What you do is you start with where your company is currently at, and you go into bigger context. So how does our current company fit into the broader market? What trends and changes are happening that affect that market? What will things look like in 10 years? And then what can we do now that will let us define the future on our own terms? And that applies to a company just as much as a software team, maybe on a shorter time scale. So at the beginning of a quarter, what we do is we start with strategic thinking, make sure we've identified all the things that could really undermine us and what we're doing at the moment, or opportunities in the market that we need to go and jump on and actually should replace all the priorities that we currently have. I was doing this with my current company, Isotana, and the previous quarter we did come up with, doing strategic thing, we did come up with inward focus thing on improving product quality. But the next quarter, we've kind of done the opposite. We've identified an opportunity we need to go and attack. At that point, what I then do is I go into a room with the whole product and engineering team, and then we do top-down and bottom-up thinking at the same time. And the reason is, and it is messy, it sounds messy and it is messy, but what we did last quarter was we went and grabbed all the examples of issues with product quality, or any feedback that we've gotten from customers on issues with product quality, and we put that in one list on the right. Then we identified all the things that anyone suggested throughout the last quarter on how we could improve our product, and we put those on the left. Now, obviously, we can't solve every problem on the right, and we can't implement every solution on the left, but putting those two things side by side, you can then synthesize what would be the biggest impact thing on the left that would have the biggest impact on the right. And it sounds messy. There's no formal framework that I know of that really does it this way, but I found this quite effective and efficient. It doesn't take too much time. Probably the planning time into that, before that session is where most of the time is spent, actually pulling all those customer examples and pulling all those ideas from the team is probably the most time-consuming part. I just keep notes on all those things throughout the quarter. All right, so entertain me a little bit. I know this is a little bit philosophical, but I wanted to sort of, I was interested in understanding where this analysis thinking came from. So analysis is where you break down problems into smaller parts and you solve each part separately. And analysis was the dominant thinking through the Industrial Revolution. And what happened when machines got introduced is they would break everything down, every piece of work, down into what's called elementary tasks. And then the machine works only on elementary tasks by applying energy to matter. And that's the definition of a machine. Sakichi Toyota found success in completely rejecting the analysis way of thinking for synthetic thinking, for example, the 5 whys, where you start by expanding out rather than looking inwards. But what I see is we still believe in treating developers like machines. We are breaking down work into elementary JIRA tasks and feeding it to developers on a manufacturing line, which I thought was quite funny having read about this history. And determinism meant we believe by breaking things down, we can have a perfect understanding of our problems. Similar to our belief following frameworks perfectly will achieve perfectly running engineering teams. And I think I've illustrated that that's just not the case. But I still hear a lot of people saying things like, if a roadmap has changed, oh my God, the person who planned that roadmap didn't do their job properly because the priorities changed. I hear that a lot, and I think we need to kind of appreciate the fact that there's so many unknowns, there's dozens of those unknowns out there, that almost certainly the priorities should change because with better understanding, we should keep updating our priorities. Have you ever heard the saying, the plan is worthless, but planning is essential? I think that's what they meant. Like, the plan is going to change, and so it's not a perfect plan, but the act of planning helps you identify all these unknowns. Yeah, so analysis and synthesis, you can read more up on this, but I'm not going to go too much into it, but there's actually 3 steps in each, and if you read the steps, they're the complete opposite of each other. So analysis is breaking down the problem, and synthesis is looking at your problem as part of a larger context. We've been through this, but there's some theory you can read if you want to. I found Now Next Later, a product manager I work with closely, Sarah, actually introduced me to this. It was invented by Jana Busto from ProdPad, and she said that I invented the Now Next Later roadmap because I believe that rather than focusing on deadline-based delivery, product teams should stay focused on discovery, which I think fits in well with what we've been talking about. This is sort of working with the complete acknowledgement of our own ignorance, the complete acknowledgement that we don't know everything and that things need to change. So you have 3 groups now: well-defined problems we're currently working on. Next, problems we know are important and currently being planned, scoped, and understood. And later, hazier, longer-term objectives not yet well understood. And the appreciation in the team is that the further to the right you go, the more likely those things are to change. So you're still putting them down, we're still doing the planning, but you're saying the plan is probably, well, things in the later column are definitely going to change. Things in the next column may change. But at least it gives you some idea of what's coming up. So I think this works a lot better than really rigid roadmaps. Key point number 2, fight for simplicity. I think the other issue that we have often is we spend so much time talking about really awesome tools and better ways of doing things that we forget about probably the metric of simplicity, which is also an important one to focus on. It may not be as interesting, but it's an important one. My favorite snooker player, Ronnie O'Sullivan, said this quote, and I think it applies really well to software development. If you play a lot of simple shots well, you rarely have to play a difficult one. And this applies to software in that if you just do a lot of simple things really well, then you'll rarely end up with a situation where you have a really hard technical problem to solve. And if you do, it's probably a good one where it's related to the business problem that you have. So we all know, we've probably seen talk about this, that there's two types of complexity. There's essential complexity and accidental complexity. And essential complexity is just core to your problem. Like, you can't get away from it. You have to solve this in order to solve your problem. And accidental complexity is basically everything else. So anything we introduce that is adding complexity to our lives, that isn't actually solving the core problem. So if you think about it, accidental complexity is a choice. We choose to do these things because of some trade-off, which may be a good trade-off, but it's still accidental complexity because it's not core to the problem. And I think we mix these things up quite often. We go, no, it is essential because we have to do this, but really it's not. I think the goal should be to reduce the accidental complexity down to the least surface area possible. And if you are choosing to introduce complexity, it really has to 5x that complexity in terms of value that it's adding. Classic cartoon. Can you pass the salt? I said, I know, I'm developing a system to pass you arbitrary condiments. It's been 20 minutes. Yeah, I know, but it'll save you time in the long run. It's, like, even people who know and love this comic probably still do this. This is a good one as well. Super simple code on the left, years of programming experience. So as you get sort of a couple of years programming experience, you learn all these design patterns, object-oriented programming, and functional programmers like spruiking their wares. And you get peak complexity after a few years where you get abstractions and interfaces. I might need this later. And then after a lot of years of programming, you're like, I'm just going to do the simplest thing possible to get my job done. Look, I wasn't going to include this, but I recently read some of the new Musk book, and I'm not going to read every part of this, but it's just direct copy and paste out of the book. But although I hate a lot of his management style, I do agree with some of his points here. Question every requirement. Number 2, delete any part or process you can. You may need to add them back later. In fact, he says, if you don't end up adding back at least 10%, then you haven't deleted enough. Simplify and optimize, and then accelerate cycle time. So look for efficiencies at that point. And only 5, automate. So only at the end, after you've fixed your process, do you automate it. Because once you've automated it, it's really hard to change it. Microservices, like, everyone is doing microservices these days, and when I ask people why they're doing microservices, I get a range of different answers. The first one will be performance. Probably hear that one quite a bit. We need to scale things independently or separately, and they have different performance requirements. Almost always I find this not to be the case. One thing is dominating the performance requirements, and the other thing wouldn't really make an impact on it if it was deployed together. Large code base, that's an easy one to falsify because we can see there's a lot of large code bases that work just fine with good modularity. Best practice? I don't know. I don't think so. Manage complexity. This one as well, I think that, again, it's such a trade-off that either you're managing the complexity or you're introducing more complexity than you need. Look, this might be my limited number of sample points that I have, but the only good reason I've seen to do microservices is when you're scaling teams. There's the only examples I can think of where it's been successful and it's introduced less complexity than the value it's adding. I think Amazon was the first to do this, so as far as I know, don't quote me on it, but they released, or Bezos released a paper saying, everyone's to use APIs. Every team is a service, and you expose APIs, and if you don't like it, you can leave. And what he noticed was, or I think what they noticed was, as they introduced a new team in the company who had to communicate with basically every other team in the company, the more teams you add, the exponential the communication lines get. And the thinking at the time, around 07, was that we should improve communication, we should improve alignment, we should employ communication practices and frameworks and teach everyone. And this approach is really like, no, let's have no communication between teams. It was enforced as a rule. The only communication was through APIs. And I think this was a successful one by the looks of it. So I think that's where independently deployable services come in. I see a lot of people saying, oh yeah, but I can split the repos and now the code's more manageable. Well, that's just a different folder. And now you have twice the deployment work. Well, then they say something like, yeah, but if we abstract the deployment work, then it'll be quicker and easier. And to me, that's the passing the salt argument. It's like, if we just abstract it, it'll be easier. All right. I see a lot of this. So we've got 4 microservices. They're all talking to each other. And because we've named them differently, like they're decoupled. And it's like a, I don't know, DDD best practice or something. Bounded contexts are good, but just because you can name things differently does not mean they're decoupled. Let's say we change these lines so that we made the line thicker if there's more requests going to it. And if we saw this, I see this a bit, where every request coming into B also goes to D. And 99.9% of all requests in the system are going to B and then going to D. And people say, oh, but it's decoupled because we've named them differently. And I just think, no, this is completely coupled. And I think this is, to me, this is a good argument because of network coupling to keep B and D together. This certainly isn't performing well if you're doing this. Choose standard and simple tech. Why do you need to? Because I see a lot of like new tools coming out and maybe they're more efficient and they can help you do things better. Sometimes that's true. I'm not going to say otherwise. Sometimes new tools live up to their hype and they really take off and they are the new and greatest way of doing things. Oftentimes though, you have limited innovation tokens, which means like you've got a limited capacity to spend time innovating. So if you're spending time on very low level tools and innovating on those, you're probably not going to have time to innovate on your actual business problems. Simple tech is often the most flexible. For me, that's just a SQL database when I start a project, or maybe even SQLite. And only when that sort of runs out of, or hits its limit, do I switch it out for something else. And I also think don't be an early adopter, be part of a large community. There's so many times I see people hitting bugs that they have to solve in some tool. That's total accidental complexity. If you choose a tool that has millions of people using it, then basically if you've hit a bug, almost like hundreds of thousands of people have already hit that bug and it's already been fixed, it's sitting on a PR ready for you to upgrade to the new version. And the popular tools are not necessarily best, so don't just follow the hype. Again, some things do really live up to the hype, but you can think of like a whole sort of cemetery of things that don't. Angular might be one of those, or like it's, the people who say choose the right tool for the job end up with a lot of tools to manage, I think. Yeah, so I saw this, like was helping a team out, and it's a small team of like 10. And looking at how anxious everyone is after what I've just been talking about, so I did this, like literally just got a hacksaw and got rid of a bunch of queuing things, databases, a bunch of extra services that were deployed on different types of technology, different programming languages. And remember, this is a small team of like a dozen people or so. So yeah, there was mix and match of different tools, of different databases, and basically we were able to do this. And we also cut a bunch of environments out, and we ended up with 3, which was later staging and prod. And to me, you can probably get away with 2 until you have real customers who really need you to be a bit more rigorous, and then 3 is probably my ideal. So I'm a real minimalist, and maybe I'm getting a lot of disagreement, but that's my bias towards minimalism. And so we ended up with that. I don't know, like I see people sharing their architecture diagrams and sort of bragging about how complicated it is, but I'm doing the opposite. So you've got a performance problem. Some web requests are taking a long time. Let's just add a remote cache like Redis. The issue I have with this is it's so expensive to add a new component to your system. You've got to learn how to manage it. You've got to learn how to maintain it. It introduces a lot of other things like consistency. What if the consistency of your data is out of sync between your apps, the Redis cache, and your database now? So you've just introduced a whole set of distributed computing problems that you didn't actually have before because everything was consistent in your database, hopefully. Probably not. More consistent. It's more consistent. So yeah, the cost of adding a new element is often ignored. It's so easy to add it though. Like the cost isn't straight away. You can add it in easily. It's the overhead over the next 5 years that is the real cost. And so it looks so easy to deploy, but then people don't have the foresight to see all the cost and overhead of maintenance that's introduced. And besides, who really has a serious performance issue anyway that you need 1 million transactions per second cache? Well, I mean, it's a good question. Like, let's take Amazon, for example. Number of orders per second, peak load. Millions? Anyone millions? Raise your hand. Hundreds of thousands? Thousands? Hundreds? I think, obviously they're doing a lot of other requests, but the peak load that I read, it's just Google, but I read it was 600 orders per second. So how many transactions per second are you really doing? And what's the capability of your tools? Have you actually measured how many transactions per second your database can do? It's probably around 50,000 on a regular old laptop, on a SQL database like Postgres sitting in Docker or whatever. 50,000, that's more than enough for almost everyone. So if you have a performance problem, it's probably not your tools. You probably don't need a new tool. You probably need to refactor your code a bit. So there's a bunch of, please stop. Non-remote cache solutions you might find. Fix slow queries. Often it's just a query that was not written, or you just need to introduce an index. But we've added a cache and introduced all this complexity when your query was slow. Reduce your data size in the database. Optimize your schema. Fix complex and messy read-write process application logic. That's probably slowing things down, but you can't tell. Use a local cache. A local cache works just fine in most cases, as opposed to a remote cache, and you have less maintenance because you don't have a new tool. There is more, so I would prefer the top 4 things first, but if you're really desperate, then a local cache probably suits all the other use cases. Or you can put your servers closer to your users if you're hitting a latency issue. I might get some disagreement on that, but that's my opinion. I like to do this exercise sometimes. It's called idealized design. So what I like to do in my head or sometimes in code, let's say we have a simple problem. We have a collection of name counters. A is 10, B is 15. We want to be able to do some following operations: get a counter's value, increase or decrease counter's value, move a counter's value from one counter to another. And some simultaneous requests operate on the same counters. So this is the problem, and you've got to solve it. Now, let's think about accidental and essential complexity. What is the essential complexity of that problem? Oh, the code doesn't look great there, but idealized design on the left, you can't read the code well, but it's in Python, and it basically does what you think it does. It just has the counters in a dictionary, and you've got some functions to move the values around. To me, that is the essential complexity. Now, a lot of people would take that code, I think, and then do enterprise to-do list. Where you sort of draw an architecture for what a to-do list should deploy to. And to me, that's all the essential, the accidental complexity. But the reason why you should do idealized design is because it gives you some relativity to how far you are away from the essential complexity and how much accidental complexity you've introduced. And on the right, I like to think, what if we didn't need any of the accidental complexity? And this is the sort of problem to take home. is could this be done without any other code, without worrying about database transactions, without worrying about database, HTTP, or other semantics, but still with ACID and linearizable guarantees, good performance, local run, test, and replay, live production debugging, and fast deployments to production. I don't know anything that does this at the moment. You have to write it yourself. But to me, this was sort of the overarching goal of the serverless movement and community, is to remove all that accidental complexity. And although I like serverless and it's great in some ways, I feel like it hasn't quite lived up to my expectations on removing all that accidental complexity, because it's introduced a few new problems as well. So yeah, idealized design is a useful tool to help you set your mind on what is the minimal possible solution. So key points. Identify the right problem to solve by looking outwards, then top down, and then bottom up. It's messy, but give it a try. Use the 5 whys and investigate problems like a detective. Fight for simplicity and prefer removing rather than adding system components. Think of removing one as a +5 points and then adding one as a -1. And you'll make better trade-offs. And try to fix bottlenecks before adding a cache. And don't do microservices until you're ready. You really need to scale your teams up. That's it. Thank you. We've got 4 minutes for questions if anyone would like to ask one. Just wait till the microphone gets to you. And sorry, I also saw the guy behind had his hand up, so we'll go to him next. Sorry, the girl at the front first. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and it's really good to see talks on solving the problem and strategy and so on. I've really always liked the idea of the now, next, later roadmap that you presented, exactly for the reason that you said it allows you to focus on the problem instead of, an agility. The problem I've seen is that stakeholders don't really like it as much because it doesn't provide as much detail. Have you had that same experience, and can you maybe talk to us about how you overcame that? Or
Yeah, that's a great question. That is the friction point, I think. And I have experienced it firsthand in the company I'm working at the moment, and also VGW. I think if someone expects a really detailed, you can do detailed, but the key point is that it may change. So if they want detailed and cannot change, that I think they're off on the wrong track there. They don't understand that that's impossible and you're going to get a worse outcome that way. So yeah, it's sort of like friction that can't be solved unless you have the conversation and you explain why things do need to change, because it's better for them. And if they knew how it was better, then send them to my talk on YouTube later. A good question. All right.
Yep. Hi. Thanks for the talk. It's been great. My question is about the prioritization stuff that you've talked about. That was really valuable. Do you have any more sort of reading materials that you can suggest? I feel like there's so much focus on tech and all the inside the box stuff you talked about.
Yeah. Good question. I probably should have put some references at the end. Bob Mester, one of the best product minds I know. I've read all his books. He's a sales as well as a product guy, but don't let that put you off. He's a really good thinker, and all the stuff he's worked with the likes of Basecamp, but he also worked in Japan with some of those methods as well. He's got a wealth of experience. Really interesting guy. And his videos are excellent for an overview, and he's got some books as well. So Bob Mester is that guy. Basecamp do put out a lot of interesting things. I feel like they've got a really different perspective on software development because they're mostly designers. So they're coming from the design angle, which is, I've sort of ripped off a little bit of ideas from them in this talk. So Ryan Singer, who wrote Shape Up. Shape Up describes prioritization as making bets. They have a betting table, they don't have a roadmap. So yeah, some of the ideas align with some of that, and Shape Up's a great book to read to give you a bit of an overview from the design perspective as well. Yeah. Anyone else? Chris.
This is going to be the last question.
Last question.
Hey Matt, thanks for the talk. That was really enjoyable. With the synthetic thinking, like thinking about the context as opposed to just jumping straight in with the analysis, do you find that ends up with you not needing to do analysis at the end of that, or do you feel like it's a way to just get a better direction, but that you sort of need to do the analysis at the end when you actually do something about it?
Yeah, you need both. Yeah, so at different times. So the synthetic thinking is for working out what problem to solve in the first place. Once you've got a problem and you're like, how do I solve it? Analysis works really well. And that's the top and bottom up thinking, and you do those at the same time, and that's essentially what you get. So synthetic thinking will give you the why, and the analysis will give you how to solve it. Yeah.
Thank you.
There's another great, you should listen to Akoff on talking on that. He's got a really interesting perspective, and he talks in detail on that stuff. So go check him out. Thanks. Thank you all.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Excellent!
The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalizing ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organizations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the third session. We have Matthew Carter with us. He's going to do Trust but Verify, Ensuring Data Quality with CI/CD. He's a former data analyst and currently works as a data engineering consultant at Mechanical Rock. Please welcome Matthew.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're all enjoying DDD so far. I'm very grateful to be here, so I'd like to thank the organisers and everyone in the community who voted for my talk. The title of this talk is Trust but Verify, Ensuring Data Quality with CI/CD. And let's get started. Cool, so a bit of an overview about what I'm going to talk about today is CI/CD, what it is, types of testing, implementation patterns, considerations, and notifications. I understand this talk backs onto lunch, so I'll go as quickly as possible for everyone so we can go get a feed. Can I get a show of hands in here who's a data engineer or in the data space currently? The clear minority. Well, this talk is for you guys. The software engineers in the room, this will be a lot of your bread and butter, so I'm hopefully singing to the choir here. Cool, so what is CI/CD? Well, it's an acronym that stands for Continuous Integration and Continuous Delivery. Continuous integration is the process of merging working copies of a common project, and continuous delivery is the automated testing and deployment of the changes in those working copies. So what does this look like on the ground? Well, for example, maybe you're a data engineer with a DBT project, and you've got several models or tables that you've created that you want to make part of the production project. Similarly, if you've got your infrastructure in code, for example, in Snowflake, and you've got some changes that you want to make, how can we get those changes into production? How can we get them into the common project? And more importantly, how can we manage that for an entire team? Well, this process is called, you can get it, continuous integration. Woo. It's not rocket science. A lot of the guesswork for this is already taken away from us with things like GitHub, and it generally involves things like a pull request, which is carefully scrutinized and then approved, and it's definitely not commented with looks good to me blindly and approved. And once these changes are pushed into our main branch or our production system or our production record of the project, something like GitHub Actions, CodeFresh, Circle CI, we'll use YAML to push these changes into our production systems. And that's continuous delivery. Cool. I'm sure you guys all know what this is, so I apologize. I'm just going to refer back to these slides later. Cool. I'm going to go over 3 types of testing today: end-to-end, non-functional, and data quality. And I'm going to start with end-to-end. So say you are a data engineer and you have a big stored procedure that you've inherited from someone else, and it's got a lot of implicit domain knowledge and complexity in that SQL. Say 1 month there's a big refactoring effort, and the base tables that this stored procedure pulls from have changed, and the underlying data structure has been manipulated. And now you've got to change that stored procedure to accommodate those changes. So say you spend a couple of weeks figuring out with the team, you put it together, you think it's working, and you go to the boss at the end of the month and you say, "Boss, we've done it. We've made $1 million this month, congrats." And he says, "Sorry, this is my boss. This is Hamish. Thank you for employing me, Hamish." He says, "Wow, I'm so happy. Wait a minute, my bank balance is negative. What's going on?" Well, I alluded to this in the start of the story. That stored procedure and the changes that we made to it, or I made to it, are not working. And I've now got to run away on my weekend and try and fix it for him. So one mitigation strategy that you can use to fix problems like this or mitigate these sort of risks is end-to-end testing. A better name for it might be black box testing, and it involves basically mocking your data inputs for a transformation, taking the output of that transformation and checking it against what's expected. You can think about this as putting raw ingredients into a system and checking that what comes out the other end is what the customer is after. And if the customer's happy, that's great. And if my boss is happy, that's even better, because I'm told that's the objective every day. Cool, I'm going to walk through a technical example using PyTest. I think PyTest is great for this sort of thing. It's very versatile, and it's also in Python. As I understand, most data engineers know Python quite well, along with SQL. I'm also going to have a bit of BDD sprinkled in there. If you don't know what that is, that's behavioral-driven development, and that's going to take the form of a Gherkin test. So for those of you who don't know, Gherkin test has the structure of a given, when, and then. Given a certain context, when an action is performed, then I expect this to happen. The example I'm going to walk through is given a user is opted into email and mobile marketing. When they are opted out of email marketing, then they are opted out of email but into mobile. Cool, so this is what it can look like in code using the PyTest BDD package. We have our given, when, and then statement. This is our basic setup that I mentioned before. You can think of these as the raw ingredients. And down the bottom there, we are calling our stored procedure with these new test tables, and we're checking that the output is as expected. Zooming in on one of these, you can see that the given statement is our business logic, someone opting into mobile and email marketing. We then have our example data of what that looks like being pushed into our test environment using a utility function. And if you don't know what a test environment is, well, let me tell you. It's distinct from your development and production environments. It's generally really similar to your production environment. Some people don't have a dev environment, they just have a test environment. But for the sake of this example, we're going to pretend that our test environment is very close to production, and it is used to test things. Shocker. Cool, so zooming in on that last step, here we are calling that stored procedure with our mocked data. We are running the transformation and checking the outputs against what we're expecting. Upon researching this talk, I've also learned that DBT can be programmatically invoked in Python using CLI commands, so you can actually just point at the DBT project and say, run this particular transformation at this environment. And that's another way you can run these tests inside of Python. And I think that's pretty good. Cool, so where does this go in CI/CD? So I think this is really important to mitigate that risk of people blindly commenting, looks good to me, and approving PRs. It's also really important to maintain implicit domain knowledge that's not super obvious in transformations, which is what is lost in the process of maintaining them. So PyTest can be used as a required check on your PRs. And once that runs, we can confidently say that the transformation, what it's supposed to be doing, is still going to be doing what it's doing. A couple gotchas that I'd like to mention. First one is using a minus clause in SQL. I've seen this done a couple times. Basically, if you have your rows come out of your test and they're correct, and then you minus what you're expecting to come out of your test, you will be left with 0 rows. But really crucially, if your test produces nothing, and you minus the expected output, you'll also get nothing back. So you'll get a false positive test. Best mitigation strategy for this and a lot of other issues with writing tests is watching them fail first, which is a lesson from TDD, but test-driven development, but I understand that a lot of tests in data are written retrospectively, but it's really important to watch them fail. Cool, so I'm going to jump into now non-functional testing. Has this ever happened to you? You make one change to your RBAC or your infrastructure and people start losing access to reports, they can't assume roles. Anyone use the Snowflake Terraform provider in here? No, that's a niche joke, all right. There's another use case for this. Say you've got a malicious bad actor who's trying to grant himself elevated privileges in our data platform, or in this case into our RBAC. You can imagine that towards the bottom of that, I'm standing in front of the slides. Sorry, I'm in the way. I'll stand over here. Cool. So you can imagine that this person here is trying to give himself more access, basically, through a PR. And he gets one of his totally trustworthy mates to go and approve that PR. But how do we stop this? How do we lock this down? We don't want people just making random changes to our security model or access patterns. Well, one way we can do this is with non-functional testing. This can be used to test things like our access patterns, private data, PII masking, things of this nature. So I'm going to show you another example with PyTest, just with a bit of elbow grease, because this is very bespoke. So this was a shout out in our Slack channel. I believe it was me that raised this PR that broke the pipeline. And it was shouted out in our Slack channel because it was on a malicious thing. Let me clarify that. But I made a change to our RBAC model without changing the test for it. Our pipeline then threw that back and then said, hey, this doesn't match what we're expecting. You need to fix this. This is what it looks like in code. We now have our RBAC actually defined in our test. There are lots of different ways to do this. I understand that at scale, this is actually quite difficult, but in this example, we're using it in our PyTest. Then we're going through our hierarchy structure, and we're actually checking that all the roles that every particular role inherits from is correct. And if anything doesn't match up, our pipeline will fail. So where does this fit into CI/CD? Well, in the continuous delivery part. So when your GitHub Actions is running after the changes have been pushed to our main branch, I think the best place for it is here. You can deploy things to test and then test your changes, so to speak. And I think that's the best place for it. Big shout out to Brian Yu. I don't think he's here today, but he's an employee, he's a coworker of mine who taught me a lot of what I know and did the code for this test. I'm a big fan of him, so I'd give him a shout out. Cool. Last one I'm going to talk about is data quality. So has this ever happened to you? You've got your source system passing data off to your data platform passes it off to your reports. People come back with their report and say, what's this, man? This is just null for my profit. A bit upset. Or maybe this really sings true for me. Maybe you've got an inner join or something like that on data that hasn't come in for the month and your queries are producing no rows. And you're sitting there going, what the hell is going on? I've spent way too much time staring at that in Snowflake, or more than I'd like to admit. But one mitigation strategy for this is data quality. And these are checks for things like freshness. So when the last row came through, things like types, and then nulls. This is a more extensive list. The clicker works. Cool. This is a more extensive list, but it's certainly not exhaustive. These are things that I like. I'm going to show you how to do this with Soda. You can also do it in DBT. But the clause with DBT is that you have to already be using DBT, whereas Soda is something you can actually just bolt on. This is what a data contract looks like in DBT. So you can see here that these types and nulls are actually enforced in your models.yaml file and your column specifications. Data contracts are really cool because they actually won't build the model if the contract is not adhered to, whereas data testing and things like Soda retrospectively test what you've been building. This is the configuration for Soda. Please ignore the fact that I've given myself account admin. But this is what it looks like. I think it's pretty cool. They sent me a hoodie, so this is technically sponsored. There's your freshness checks, your accepted values. You can also do nulls and whatnot. I think Soda's just so easy to use. That's why I'm recommending it to you. The thing with using stuff like Soda and DBT tests is that you don't have to incur like the operational overhead of actually managing your own tests. Of course, when you write your own bespoke tests, you have to manage those tests to make sure they're working correctly. But things like Soda, you don't have to worry. Cool, so where does this fit into CI/CD? It doesn't. I just think it's cool, and I wanted to mention it. It actually more fits into your production pipeline, and the best use case is that when you don't trust your upstream systems, whether that's internal or external, if it's a bit of a dumpster fire, data is a bit of an afterthought, especially for most product teams, and that's because it doesn't actually make the money, at least in the initial stages, so it's kind of just a fact of life. But if we want to have more confidence in our reporting and the transformations that were happening, data quality tests can help ensure that. So in our production pipeline, when these tables are built, we can then run Soda and DBT tests on top of them, and that, I think, is where the magic happens. Cool. Do I really need all of this? That's a fair question. I think testing is a bit like eating your vegetables. It's one of those things that not everyone's stoked to do, but it's super important. I think it saves time, it stops firefighting, and builds trust. Crucially, I think, not crucially, but I think the best anecdote that I've got for it is I trust what I do for the most part. But then again, there's a lot of like implicit domain knowledge that goes into writing SQL transformations that are not going to be obvious to the next person that has to maintain that SQL. And I think that these sort of tests, especially end-to-end testing, is crucial in the longevity of that domain knowledge being represented in the SQL. Data quality and non-functional are kind of just like, boundaries and flares that are sent up to help mitigate other important issues around data. Big considerations, I think the big one is time, both yours and the pipeline. When you don't write tests and something goes wrong and you have to troubleshoot, you will spend more time troubleshooting it than the test will take to run. Vice versa, if you have PR checks that take 20 minutes, no one really likes that. It's a long feedback loop to make sure everything's working. But it's got to be specific to your needs. There's a balance to be found. And like all good consultants, I've got to say it depends or whatever. Ensuring tests are correct is also super important, especially the ones that I'm talking about the ones you write that are bespoke. Watching that stuff fail, I think, is crucial. And it's just good. Yeah, sorry. Last thing I'm going to talk about is notifications. There's two things that I wanted to talk about with notifications. They are what you should be notified of and how. This is not rocket science, I just think it's worth mentioning. End-to-end testing on PRs, probably not. The person writing the PRs is generally the one that's worried about those tests passing, so you don't want to be telling the rest of the company that they're failing. I think non-functional testing, that should definitely raise a flare. Things like your RBAC being manipulated are definitely something that should be posted elsewhere, even though it might not be malicious. I just think it's important. Same for data quality testing. Generally getting upstream teams, whether it's external or internal, to help you out with data quality issues that are on their end. Getting that ball rolling as early as possible, I think, is super important. So being able to flag that or flag those issues as like when they happen is crucial in making that, or getting that ball rolling and making sure that process is as fast as possible. It's very easy for this to happen though, notification fatigue. Just be smart about how you're notifying your teams. Best way I can say this is, say you've got Fivetran pulling data into Snowflake, and then you've got DBT running transformations on that data. If Fivetran blows up, I want to know about Fivetran blowing up. I don't want to know about DBT and every dependency in DBT blowing up. But it's easy to happen. I've seen Slack channels being muted because of this. It's just really important to try and figure that out. But it's bespoke to your company, so I can't really advise on that. Also, how you should be notified. Slack and Teams. I think email is a bit of a joke to engineers these days. I don't see anyone checking them anymore. So I think Slack and Teams are super important. People get a bit iffy about integrations or Git projects with low amount of stars, but both Slack and Teams accept post requests. So I still think they're great. Cool, yeah, those are post requests. Wrapping up, testing, good. It's like eating your vegetables. End-to-end, non-functional data quality, I think, is super crucial in data. Notifications, I think, should go through Teams and Slack, as I just mentioned. The biggest consideration, I think, is your time and the pipelines. Cool, that's it. I'm Matthew, I work for Mechanical Rock. I'm happy to take some questions.
Thanks for that. That was really awesome. I've got a question about testing SQL. I think you kind of like, there's a pretty big step from an input and an output, and there's a whole bunch of SQL in the middle. Have you got any thoughts on testing it more detailed?
In more detail. So I guess it depends on the form that you've got your SQL. So I talked a lot about stored procedures, because stored procedures are, depending on how you've got them set up, are relatively easier to test. For example, if you have a stored procedure that takes in each of the tables that it uses, and then can also take the output table that it's posting to. That's how I've set them up. It makes it a lot easier to test because you can just swap out those raw tables in the stored procedures parameters. I understand that that's a big refactor. That's a bit of a refactor to do that. Things like DBT can help because I know that you can swap out the target destination. And if you have your test environment set up such that the infrastructure and tables and schemas are all the same, if you change the data and run your tests on that data, that can also help test your SQL that's in DBT. Does that answer your question? Thank you.
We have one more question.
Sure.
That's yeah, really great speech. That was lots of useful stuff. One thing that often is a challenge is with testing the data, whether you're using production data or synthetic sort of dummy test data.
Yeah.
And what are the considerations and trade-offs, I suppose, with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So testing production versus dummy data. So things like end-to-end testing, for example, with complex business logic, the tests that I've implemented have come from behavioral-driven development example mapping sessions. So software engineers will know this. You come out with a bunch of like quite rigorous test cases that inform the functionality of your app. So I think in the context of data, writing tests for that particular, or those sort of particular business logic steps, I think that can be mock data for sure, but data quality, keyly, needs to be run on your production data. That's like kind of the whole point, right? It's got your production data. You need to know that the quality of that is correct. And you can't mock like edge cases of production data being incorrect. But yeah, I think end-to-end testing, mock data for the most part. Data quality testing, production data. Cool. Any more questions? We're all hungry, aren't we? Great. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so food and refreshment is at the sport lounge and the terraces rooms. There will be the keynote in the afternoon at 1:30 here. So please come back when you fill your belly with all the food. We'll see you soon.
To create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward. And it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, I don't want to look at it, I don't want to see any of it.
And blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay. It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent! The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code, to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms
and global businesses. We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. Was that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit from that perspective. It's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers everybody.
They do put on lunches and spreads when it's a special event, brings the whole business together. I feel kind of connected to the values and the mission of the business. Everybody's pulling in the same direction towards a greater good.
If I could describe Keystart in one word, it would be multicultural.
I just think it would be customer.
It would be fun.
Progressive.
Collaborative.
Colourful.
Creative.
Fabulous.
I'm Nicolina and I am the marketing coordinator at Keystart. I looked right into the camera, I'm sorry.
Thanks so much.
Yes.
Are you happy with everything that's
Yeah, I don't want to talk about it, don't want to look at it, don't want to see any of it.
Blah, blah, blah. God, this is very hard.
Sorry.
Okay. It's a wrap. Nailed it.
We believe in the potential of AI to improve our lives in big and small ways. We need to make sure it's for the benefit of everyone.
For the first time, we're having machines move into roles that have been the roles of human beings. Might these technologies have inadvertent effects on people and society? Do they align with people's values, their ethics? We needed to think through the implications for our company.
Responsible AI is the approach that we take to developing and deploying our technology, making sure our principles are brought to life and that it empowers everyone and is inclusive and accessible for people.
Papa.
Excellent! The job of the Office of Responsible AI is to put our principles into practice by operationalising ethics across the company.
The Ether Committee is responsible for deliberating about hard, new questions.
We are sister organisations.
We have to think through what it means to detect bias, make our systems more fair, to detect errors and blind spots in our technologies, and on thinking through the kinds of advice we give to other organizations and to our leaders where technology can impose on privacy and human rights. Responsibility is at the core. We're learning every day about this new role of responsible computing.
We need to translate academic thought to language that our engineers and salespeople are familiar with. Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
Go.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe. Our culture is strong and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
The evacuation of 2022.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure.
Alrighty, everybody. I see there are a few people still filing in. Reminder, please continue down to this side of the room, which has a much better view of everything, as well as the opportunity to sit on some seats rather than standing at the back for the rest of this session. So, now you've all had your lunch. We all know that this is the session that everyone likes to take a nap in. So we had a very tough job to find the right keynote for this session. someone who could keep us awake. Thankfully, Richard is joining us all the way from Canada, and he is a bit of a storyteller, so should help to wake everybody up after the food and the warm sun outside. Richard has worked in the software development industry for a couple of decades, maybe a little bit more, and is also a massive, massive nerd. Richard loves to have a geek out about a lot of different topics. One in particular is space. And so today, Richard is here to talk to us about space. I'm going to hand over. Welcome, Richard.
Thank you, Amy. So excited to be in Perth. So yes, I'm Richard Campbell. I've made a lot of podcasts. Any .NET Rocks listeners in the room? Oh my goodness, wow. Thanks so much for listening. My friend Carl Franklin started .NET Rocks back in 2002 before the word podcast existed. That's why we call it the Internet Audio Talk Show. Once a week, we weren't clever enough to come up with a name like podcast. That's too clever for us. So once a week we talk to a luminary somewhere in the industry. And then I also run as radio because I decided I wasn't making enough podcasts. So back in 2007, when Vista just shipped, I thought it was a good time to make an IT podcast. And so we just published episode 900 on Wednesday. Thanks. And thanks very much. And for a brief interval, when we weren't sure if .NET rocked, we made another show called The Tablet Show. And then we figured out that .NET did rock, and we rolled it back into .NET Rocks. So that's why there's 3 shows up there. In 2011, the last space shuttle landed, and I went on a rant of everything that was wrong with the space shuttle, and my friend Carl said, you should record that. And that was sort of the first space geek out we ever made. And then I made a bunch more, and you may have listened to some of them, but this particular talk comes from, there's 100, catch up. In 2017, I published a show about building bases on the moon. It was based on a European Space Agency paper. They were talking about, hey, technology is advanced now, it might be practical for us to build a small base. The south pole of the moon, much like Antarctica, would be periodically manned. And isn't that cool? So I recorded this show, put it out there as usual, people liked it, and then I got a call from NASA, which is pretty cool. I mean, actually, I got an email from NASA, and I didn't believe it, so I deleted it. They emailed again. It was nasa.gov. I mean, it looked really real. So I finally get the guy on the phone. His name is Chuck from NASA. And he says, hey, we really like your podcast. I'm like, well, thanks. It's like, yeah, we're kind of interested in building bases on the moon. I know. Would you consider doing a presentation? Now, look, Chuck doesn't know me. He knows I make podcasts. So he's like, yeah, Chuck, I could do a presentation, sure. And he goes, do you like PowerPoint? We like PowerPoint at NASA. I'm like, yeah, Chuck, I know PowerPoint. I'm okay with PowerPoint. That's fine. He goes, well, that's great. We'd cover your expenses, but if you'd like to come and present on building bases on the moon. I'm like, okay, to who? Well, to us. You're NASA, right? Yeah. It's your stuff. Yeah. So you want me to present your stuff to you? Yeah. All right. So a few months later, I got to go down to the NASA Ames Research Center, which is just south of San Francisco, and I did a presentation on building bases on the moon to NASA. My mother is proud. I mean, look, it's pretty cool to be a presenter. Like, make no mistakes. Like, it's really fun to do shows like this and to be involved in things and so forth. When you're driving into a NASA lab and the front gate screen has your name on it, this is a good day. And I could tell lots of stories about just doing this presentation, especially because there was like guys who flew stuff to the moon there, real engineers. And yeah, it was an amazing experience. And so after I had that experience, conferences asked me, hey, well, you did that talk for NASA, would you do it for us? And I'm like, all right. I'm hardly an expert on space, right? Like, there's people who do this stuff for a living. I'm just a storyteller. I'm a pretty experienced storyteller, but still. But this talk has now evolved into just keeping up with what's going on right now. Like, it is a very exciting time to be in space. So I can't go back to the beginning, but let's start in like 2010. Anyone recognize this rocket? It's a funny looking one, because if you've been paying attention to space, rockets don't look like this. This is the original Falcon 9. It only flew like 3 times before Elon kept making changes to it. And look, I'm not a big Elon fan. He's got a little weird lately. I don't know if you've noticed. I kind of like the guy who flew his sports car to space. That seemed like a fun guy. But the whole, buying social media things and getting right-wing conspiracy, not much fun. Here's what's important about this mission, this very first Falcon 9 mission. It was a commercial mission. It was a test resupply mission to the space station. So NASA's gotten to a place now where they're trying to do fixed cost projects. So they're basically saying, we will pay this much per ton to the space station. How you get there? Up to you. I'd suggest a rocket. And so the point being that they have a high incentive now to reduce the costs over time so they make more money, right? This is the same thing that happened with aeronautics. The original aircraft, largely built for military, were not particularly efficient or effective, but eventually the US government set up an airmail service. And they said, we will pay for mail delivered at a certain rate, it was about 2 days, at a certain price, figure out how to do it, suggest an airplane. And that began a commercialization of it. So this, going back now 13 years, is efforts to start to commercialize space. Now the Falcon 9's evolved. This rocket seems small because it is. If we line up the original Falcon 1 beside the later stage models, you can see it got a lot bigger. And those were all optimizations to increase its capability, including the ability to land the first stage, which is insane. In fact, if you want to look at some really cool software, you go watch some of the videos they've made about the software involved in landing a rocket on its tail on a barge in the ocean. But they've done it more than 200 times now. SpaceX just did their 70th flight this year. 10 years ago, there wasn't 70 flights in the year for anybody. They now lifted more stuff into space this year than the rest of the world combined. Now, they're only about 20 tons per flight on a Block 5, but it adds up. Now, it's helping that they're flying all the Starlink satellites because it lets them press against the edges of what the rocket's capable of. But it's in a very evolved rocket now, and it's not the only thing it's doing. They're not just bringing payloads up for cargo, they're also bringing passengers. So in 2011, when Atlantis landed for the last time, which is how I got into doing these Geek Outs in the first place, America gave up its ability to fly people into space. They had to pay heavily for seats on Russian Soyuz. This vehicle, the Crew Dragon, restored their ability to fly people to space very inexpensively, by the way. The 4-seat Crew Dragon flight's about $100 million, so save up. And you can buy them if you want. There's a few billionaires going around doing that right now. The Americans are, because they're trying to do the commercial thing, they don't want to be dependent on just one company. So they do have another vehicle in development. It's supposed to already be flying. It's called Starliner, and it's built by Lockheed Martin, and it has failed a lot. The original test flight was supposed to be 7 years ago. They actually did their first test flight 2 years ago. It didn't make it to the station. It did make it into orbit, but a lot of software problems actually crippled it. They brought it back down, decided they had to do that over again. And it's not like software. You don't just get to reboot it and try again. They had to build another one. And then it got to the pad that had even more problems. And now they're talking about possibly the first functional operational flight in 2025. So SpaceX has gotten pretty good at rapidly iterating on spacecraft, but lots of other people haven't. This particular craft is supposed to fly on an Atlas V. An Atlas V is developed by United Launch Alliance. It's another American company based combination of Boeing and Lockheed Martin. They were the ones who maintained the space shuttle. This particular rocket was developed in the 1990s. It first flew in 2002. And at this point, it's flown 100 times and it's being retired. And I point out that you saw the first Falcon 9 flying in 2010, and 13 years later, they've flown it 240 times. So they're moving much, much faster than the rest. And this rocket's going to be retired for an updated version of it called Vulcan. Now that's a diagram for a reason. We've never seen a complete version of this rocket. It hasn't actually flown yet, but they do have a prototype running, and this is the first version of it. That's the first stage of a Vulcan. It's on the test stand. It should fly by the end of this year. They've delayed it several times. And their very first flight, they're going to fly stuff to the moon. The folks at Astrobiotix have this little lander they call Peregrine. And yeah, it's got a DHL logo on it. So that's, if you're wondering where your package is. And these little landers don't last long. The Indian government recently put one down on the moon successfully. Congratulations to them, 4th country ever to do it. Sorry about your slide into fascism, but you know, do what you can do. And they don't last long. As soon as it's night on the moon, it's about negative 280, and that's a little hard on the hardware. Unless you've got some good heaters, you don't last. A key to that particular rocket, the Vulcan rocket, is actually built by Jeff Bezos' company, Blue Origin. And this is the engine they call BE-4. It's very similar to the Raptor engine that SpaceX made, and it runs on liquid methane and liquid oxygen. The other rockets I was just talking about, the Atlas V and Falcon 9, they both run on a combination of high-test kerosene called RP-1 and liquid oxygen. The liquid methane has become a very hip fuel because it can actually pack a lot of punch, but it also behaves a lot like liquid oxygen, so in some ways it's easier to handle. When you put essentially a version of gasoline into a rocket engine, it's not bad for the initial launch, but it has problems when it gets into space. And as they want to use these over and over again and for longer times, it's better to switch the fuels up. But it's hard to use methane too. We're still learning a lot about it. We've been making RP-1 engines for several decades. A lot of these engines have exploded, including the second flight set. So the very first flight set they've now put on Vulcan, it's supposed to fly any day now. They're now building the second flight set for the second Vulcan flight, and one of the engines during test, which is just supposed to be a checklist item, throttle it up, throttle down, thanks for playing, now blew to pieces. Problem. Good thing is it happened on the ground. This engine's also supposed to go into Blue Origin's new rocket, a rocket called New Glenn. And again, I have an artwork there for a reason. Nobody's seen one. Apparently there's some bits being built in some warehouses, and occasionally we get a picture once in a while, but unlike Elon's approach to making rockets, where we get to see everything, these guys are being really secretive. But apparently they've won a contract to fly a payload in 2025, and we've yet to see one. I'm hoping for you, like I'd like to see another rocket fly, but it seems unlikely. That's not the only big rocket out there. You may have seen this one. This is SLS, the Space Launch System. This is a very odd rocket. This is the one that they're flying to the moon. They've flown it exactly once. And it did lift a Orion capsule, which is supposed to be a manned capsule, although there's not been anybody went in one yet, to the moon. They did some interesting orbits around the moon, and then they brought it back again. It looks a lot like Space Shuttle. It has that big orange tank. And the reason is that it's based on Space Shuttle components. Now, this has been a proposal since Shuttle was shut down, even before Shuttle was shut down. The idea being, hey, a space shuttle weighs about 100 tons. What if we used all the stuff that flies a space shuttle without flying a space shuttle? Maybe we could lift 100 tons into orbit, which is kind of what you need if you want to fly stuff to the moon. But the real problem here is that that big orange tank is mostly filled with liquid hydrogen. The space shuttle, to make it reusable, used liquid hydrogen as a fuel because it burns very cleanly and it's very efficient. And so they were planning on using the motors over and over again, these engines they call the RS-25s. And they were very reusable. It's just that liquid hydrogen is a very low density fuel. So when you're building your tank set for your rocket, you have an oxygen tank, what they call an oxidizer tank, and you have a fuel tank. Now, if you use an RP-1, your RP-1 tank is going to be about half the size of your liquid oxygen tank because RP-1 is a very dense fuel. Now, if you're looking at using liquid methane, like they're doing for the New Glenn and also for Starship, which we'll talk about in a minute, and for Vulcan, it's about the same size. It's 1-to-1, almost exactly. But if you're using liquid hydrogen, the hydrogen tank is 4 times the size of the liquid oxygen tank. That's why that tank is so massive. They're using liquid hydrogen on their initial launch stage. It's pretty inefficient. So why are they doing it? Well, have you ever taken a look at American politics? So here's the thing about Space Shuttle and why it persisted as long as it did, is that United Launch Alliance managed to get some component of Space Shuttle built in every state in the United States. All 50 states contributed to Space Shuttle. It's a defensive tactic so that you can't cancel Space Shuttle because you'll be losing jobs in each state, so all the politicians keep voting for it. And then it started killing astronauts, and that became a problem. So they did end the shuttle program. They said, we're going to keep everybody employed because you're going to build a new rocket using Space Shuttle components. but they only funded it just enough to keep everybody employed, which is why it's taken so long to build this particular rocket. And the Governmental Accountability Office, the GAO in the US, just recently published a report where they said, this is a ridiculously expensive rocket. You can buy a Falcon 9 Crew Dragon for you and 3 of your friends for about $100 million. One flight of this rocket is $4 billion. That's an expensive rocket, even for Americans. And this is the small version of this rocket. They're going to make new models. They want to expand the upper stage to increase payload and more functionality around the moon. So those are not going to get cheaper. But they're still working on it. The question is, are they going to continue? Because there is a possible replacement. And if you've been paying attention to space, you know about it. It's Starship and their heavy booster. So this is Elon's dream of a fully reusable rocket. And you'll notice it's very shiny. And that's because it's made of stainless steel, which is very Flash Gordon, but it's also an appreciation that stainless steel responds well to very cold temperatures, to cryogenic temperatures. And this is a methane and liquid oxygen rocket as well, with 33 engines on the bottom. And this is actually a photograph of Booster 8 just before they did their very first test flight, which they did on April 20th. Because apparently Elon is that kind of child that he would fly a rocket on 4/20. And if you watched it, it flew for about 3.5 minutes. Now again, it's a test vehicle. This is okay. This is the way Elon does things. Fly often. In fact, he had several other rockets ready to go, except 3 of the engines didn't light on the initial takeoff. They shouldn't have launched at that point. What it did was it slowed the liftoff down so much, they spent a long time lifting from the pad. And more engines failed as it flew. At one point, about 9 or 10 of them are out. And what was happening was actually the hydraulic control systems had caught fire, and they couldn't actually control the nozzles on the engines anymore. And so it started to tumble out of control. They detonated the self-destruct system, and because it's made of stainless steel, it did not self-destruct. Well, it did eventually, but it took over a minute. So for a while there, we saw where the explosions had blown holes in the side of the tanks, and they were leaking, but the thing held together and did like 3 full rotations, and then went its separate ways with vigor. And that was the end of the first Starship launch. And that's fine. They have another booster. They have another rocket. This is going to be great. What they didn't have was a pad anymore. That very slow climb out doubled the amount of time that those engines were blasting full bore. They blew through the concrete, and they blew concrete dust for kilometers in all directions. They also set fire to the landscape and burned at several hundred acres in the process. So the FAA has opinions about this, apparently. But more saliently, this was the only pad. And you can't reboot a pad. So they had to rebuild it. And they have, in record time, in just a few months. This is a test run of Booster 9 against the new pad with a water deluge system. So now there's a giant sprinkler head built into the bottom of that pad that blasts water up the same time that the engines blast down. And so hopefully the pad won't vaporize. The FAA, which is the authority in the US for whether or not you're allowed to fly a rocket, has now signed off on the corrections that SpaceX has made. But Fish and Wildlife has some things to say about setting fire to the countryside and firing concrete boulders into the ocean and all over the park. And so they've said between 30 and 135 days review. Elon is upset. Nobody seems to care. He'd like to fly by the end of October. I hope he does, because this is an extraordinary rocket. It's way bigger than you realize. It's 9 meters in diameter all the way up. The concept being that that first stage will burn for about 2.5 to 3 minutes, separate from the upper stage, and then turn around and fly back and land, ready to be refueled and reused, which sounds insane, except for that part where you know he's already done it 200 times. The upper stage then continues on into orbit with its 9-meter wide payload fairing, the largest thing that's ever flown into space. The James Webb Space Telescope, which is a phenomenal story all about size, we could do an hour on that alone, had to be folded up to fit inside the 5.5-meter payload fairing of the Ariane 5. Unfolded, it's almost 7 meters across, which means it would fit unfolded inside of a starship. But I'm wrong, 2 would fit. It's really big. And it's supposed to be 100% reusable. That upper stage now will do its work in space and then deorbit and land on its tail. Refuel it, restack it, fly again, if it works. So here's the only numbers in this whole story. This is the breakdown of the cost per kilo to low Earth orbit. So I showed you the Atlas V, which is a rocket from the late 90s, been flown 100 times. In the 90s, it was almost $20,000 a kilo to low Earth orbit, but then SpaceX came along and lowered the prices, and now it's about $8,000, which is not bad. Falcon 9, the current cheapest flight into space, generally speaking, at around $3,000 to $3,500 US per kilo. So get on the scale. Losing weight's never had a higher incentive. The Falcon Heavy actually is a lower price per pound or price per kilo, but it's got some other complications, so we only do certain things with it. The SLS now holding the record for the most expensive system going. There is one that was more expensive, Shuttle. Shuttle all up, when they wound down the program with the 135 flights that they did, came in at about $65,000 US per kilo. Vulcan, the lower 3 here are all fiction, because none of them have flown. Well, not usefully anyway. Vulcan, they say they'll be about 9,000. I'll believe that when I see it. New Glenn, really fiction. I don't know. We'll see. And then the question mark, what will Super Heavy cost per kilo if you got the whole vehicle back, right? Like an aircraft. Like, this is Elon's old line. If I flew a 747 to Australia and then threw it away, how much would an airline ticket be? If we can fully reuse the rocket, some folks are saying as low as $7 a kilo. Maybe $1,000 a kilo is even reasonable. But, you know, somewhere in that number, now you're talking about regular people doing a trip of a lifetime kind of thing. Like, you're getting into new levels of thinking, but also what you can move into space in that kind of scope. That's the state of rocketry as it stands right now. Let's talk a bit about the moon. This is my favorite picture of the moon. Why? Well, there's always a question you should ask whenever you see a picture of space. With the technology we have today, people can make a lot of stuff up. So the question you should ask is, who took this picture? Because that's a tricky spot. That is the far side of the moon. Notice it's not the dark side of the moon. There is no dark side. It's just the far side of the moon. The moon is tidally locked to the Earth, so the same face of the moon always shows to us down here. And this is the other side. Who took this picture? There's a satellite called Discover. It's actually a solar observation satellite. It observes the moon, so it sits in a Lagrange point, L1, between the sun and the Earth. This is a gravitational balance point, and it's about 1.5 million kilometers away from the Earth. But at that point, the tug of the Earth and the tug of the sun are about the same, so it'll just sit there. And so it always has a full view of the sun, and if you look directly behind it, it always has a full view of the Earth. And some clever person was smart enough to put a telescope, and it is a telescope that's 1.5 million kilometers away, looking back at the Earth, because it always has a full frame picture of the Earth, and it routinely takes photographs of the Earth, and you can download them if you'd like. And every so often, the moon whizzes through the frame, and I mean whizzes through the frame, because things are moving, right? We don't understand how quickly everything in our solar system actually moves around. And one of the proofs that this is a real photograph is the errors on it. So the camera on Discover is not a color camera. What it actually has is a single black and white camera, and it has different filters. And so to take a full color picture, they actually have to take 4 photographs. And the 4th photograph is green. And so if you look really close, you might see on the edge of the moon there's a green haze. That's because the moon moved before they took that 4th photo. And they could actually see the little bleed. So it's not, perfect resolution, but it's a cool picture. Why are we talking about the moon? Well, everybody's talking about the moon right now. Now, the Americans have already been to the moon. That was the Apollo missions. This is back when they were convinced that they were better than the Soviet Union. They showed it off by building big rockets. And 12 men walked on the moon. 11 of them were test pilots. One of them was a geologist, the guy in the bottom right-hand corner, Jack Schmitt, the only scientist to walk on the moon. What's the difference between a scientist and a test pilot? When you ask any of the other 11, what were you thinking about while you were on the moon, they all say the same thing. God, I'd hope I don't screw up. Because they're test pilots, and test pilots follow the script exactly. They're trying not to screw things up. Jack is a scientist, and he was looking at rocks that nobody else had ever looked at before. He didn't care if he screwed anything up. In fact, Jack was so keen to look at rocks, he fell down a lot. That's Jack on the moon. You'll notice he's a bit dirty. He liked looking at rocks. He's a geologist. And so he got a little too close to his rocks sometime. See his helmet? On the side of the helmet there's these little squares. See that? So on your left arm in the Apollo walking suit, there's a checklist of all the steps you're supposed to do on each day. And Jack really liked looking at rocks. And so he kept lifting his gold visor up to get a better look at the rocks, because the gold visor was changing the color of the rocks. Now that gold visor is there for a reason. Sunlight coming down on him has no filter. It'll take your eyes out instantly if you look at it. But Jack really wanted to look at the rocks. And so he kept lifting up his visor. In fact, the only picture we have of Apollo astronauts on the moon where you can see a face is Jack. Because he's lifting up his visor because he wants to look at the rocks. And so he started stuffing bits of paper on the side of his helmet so he could lift his visor without going blind. Humans are designed to explore. Humans are designed to analyze an environment. We're incredibly good at it. And when you give someone trained in how rocks work a chance to look at rocks nobody else looks at, he will jeopardize his life to do it. And he did. He also found some of the most important rocks, because science isn't done by eureka, I found it. Science is done by, what the hell is that? Jack knew what rocks should look like, so he found the rocks that shouldn't be there. He found an unshocked piece of olivine on the moon. Now, if you're into rocks, you're like, whoa. Olivine is only formed in volcanic compression. So that olivine was made inside the moon. Now, there's another way to make olivine. It's by hitting something very hard, like an asteroid plowing into the moon. So there's lots of shocked olivine on the moon. But Jack found the unshocked olivine that proved that not only was there volcanic activity on the moon, but that it actually erupted, and that those eruptions sprayed that rock onto the surface, and he found one. Geologist doing his thing. So, what was the problem with the Apollo missions? It was this thing, the Lunar Excursion Module. It is much too small, it is much too fragile, and it will kill people. And it very nearly did several times. The Americans took a huge chance continuing the Apollo missions. They were just much too dangerous. And so they had to stop. They cut back the missions. They'd done their job. The real goal here was to prove they were better at the Soviet Union. They pulled it off. I mean, you can talk about the ramifications of that. But we're going back. This is the Artemis missions, which, by the way, Australia has signed on to. And we have our first Artemis mission now. Artemis 1 flew already. That was that very first SLS flight. And we are getting close to flying our second Artemis mission, Artemis 2. And there's going to be a Canadian on board, so we're all pretty proud. They are not going to land on the moon. They're just going to go into orbit, and then they're going to come back. They're on a free return trajectory. It's a test flight for the life support system. It's a huge step forward. Artemis 3 is when we're actually supposed to land on the moon. Now, this is still playing with the near rectilinear orbit. They want to put a space station around the moon, which is also very cool. There's been delays on that, and it's not actually essential. But the real challenging thing they've done is they've chosen for their lunar lander, which is the hard part here, SpaceX's Starship. Now, it's a modified version. It has boosters around the upper part of it to help with the landing. Because if you use the main engines, you'd be blowing big holes in the moon, just like you did to your pad. But it's also 60 meters tall. There's a little people down there. Like, watch that first step. I know the moon's got less gravity, but it'll still kill you if you give it time. So they're going to need an elevator. It's an interesting design to make all of this work. But that is the current pacing item, is to get that lunar lander done. So if you're thinking Starship was just one of Elon's interesting experiments, it's also a key part of the equation. In order to make that lunar lander work, they're going to need a bunch of starships because they need to refuel it. We have never refueled a vehicle in space, ever. We don't know how. We're going to have to learn how, which is why it's kind of the pacing item. There's another proposed lunar lander. This is the one going to be done by Blue Origin. It's now gotten some funding. Notice it's much shorter. The people are at the bottom. Good feature. Fuel tanks at the top, but it's liquid hydrogen, and it's very difficult to store liquid hydrogen, so they're going to have some challenges too. But we were talking about refueling, because that one's going to need to be refueled as well. I don't know, there's something cute about this. Two of them flying real close together. See, the problem is the fuel moves around when you're not actually accelerating. Like, here's an example. This is the inside of a SpaceX fuel tank. You can tell the moment that the thrust stops. All the fuel's at the bottom, thrust just stopped. And the fuel goes for a walk. So you need to keep the fuel down at the bottom of the tank if you actually want to be able to pump it out. So you have to be accelerating the entire time. There's a bunch of ways to do that. On many engines, actually, they have a thing called an ullage thruster, where they'll just give a little bit of push to move the fuel down before they light the thing off. We're not sure if it's going to be going end-to-end like that, but that is definitely part of the equation. And I'm just going to wrap up now. We're at the limited time. The place they want to put that base is on the moon, on the South Pole. This is the Shackleton crater, right on the South Pole of the moon. Ask the question, who took this picture? This is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which, by the way, was built and flown by those guys at Ames. I met this guy. And they composited this over a period of months by flying directly over the Shackleton crater with the satellite and taking a photograph, and they put it together. What's important about the Shackleton crater, because it's directly over the South Pole, there are parts of the rim of the crater that are always in sunlight. And the interior of the crater never gets lit, and it is filled with water ice. And that changes everything. Now we have a resource on the moon that we could actually use. And that brings us to the landers. Now you may have seen recently India put their lander down on the South Pole. First time that anyone's ever landed on the South Pole. And the Australian mission is also a South Pole mission. It is a lander in 2026, specifically to go get the ice. So there's a sensor on it, a neutron reflector that's going to, as they run over the surface, they're going to look for the reflections, show water ice. It's got a small drill to drill in to see if they can actually grind up the ice. I don't know if it's going to be a solid or if it's going to be crystals, and then pull it inside the vehicle, heat it up, and see if they can separate off water. And by the way, you have until October 20th to enter the contest to name this thing. Right? I don't know, Rover McRoverface, come up with something. That's all the time I've got. I hope this was fun for you. I just want you to be really excited what's going on right now. We're all involved in this, and space is going to be a real thing more than ever before, and Australia's going to be part of it. Thanks for your time.
Thank you once again, Richard, for joining us and for talking space for a little bit. We will now be heading into our next lot of sessions. Quick reminder, this is not a break, this is a changeover, so find the room the next session you want to see is in, and please head directly there. Richard will be hanging around for the rest of the event as well if you want to nerd out about space or anything else with him later.
Lower carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders and our communities. We are reducing our carbon footprint and we are working on new energy solutions. We aspire to achieve net zero by 2050 or sooner.
This is our culture.
We keep our people safe, our culture is strong, and we care for our communities and the environment. Our values underpin the way we work. We are one team inspired by our common purpose. We explore ideas and find creative solutions. We build and maintain trust with our stakeholders, and we are proud of our achievements.
This is our future.
Our new chapter transforms Woodside into a global energy company with the values, experience, and creativity to adapt and thrive in a changing world.
We are Woodside Energy.
And we are part of a better future.
Next generation AI in Microsoft Fabric empowers you to unlock the full potential of your data. With Copilot integrated into every data experience, Microsoft Fabric lets you use natural language to bring your data to life. From integrating data to writing code to finding insights and creating reports, new transformative AI experiences work alongside you every step of the way, so you can stay focused on getting value from your data. Copilot helps turn your words into data flows and data pipelines, so you can intelligently integrate data from anywhere. When writing code, Copilot automatically suggests code and entire functions in real time. And Copilot can guide you to create machine learning models to unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data, and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with my deal? My deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sanal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sanal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row! But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs.
Hi, welcome back to our afternoon session. We have Anita Kupchik-Shandor with us. She's going to talk about the new dimension of software testing. Anita is a business analyst with a wide range of experience in digital product development. She is originally from Hungary and lived in London for more than 7 years, where she had the chance to work on some of the very exciting projects and products while being surrounded by many amazing fellow professionals. She settled in Perth with her young family a bit more than a year ago and is now ready to get to know the IT professional community in WA better. Please welcome Anita.
Once upon a time, in the enchanted land of software development, all was merry and bright. Applications sprouted like mushrooms after rain, and humanity reveled in the luxury of not having to perform any mental math or handwrite anything ever again. Life was good, and code was king. But sadly, humans got a little too complacent, treating their code like yesterday's leftover. And that's when trouble started. Bugs. Those mischievous troublemakers crawled out of their digital hiding spot. Panic erupted. People were left scratching their heads, wondering where it all went wrong. It seemed like the end of the world, or at least the end of the error-free software world. But wait. A tester rode in on a pixelated unicorn, armed with bug-zapping spells and a knack for making things right. Order was restored, and the people rejoiced. The bugs slinked away, defeated. Or so they thought. Little did the testers know, those cunning bugs were brewing a comeback, and they returned. But not as mere glitches, but as crafty masterminds lurking in the darkest corners of the code. They were stronger, sneakier, and ready for revenge. So here we are in an epic showdown where developers and testers unite to battle the formidable forces of bug in the quest for error-free software. My name is Anita Kupchik-Sándor, and I'm a business analyst. In the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to talk about the new dimensions of software testing. Now, let me start by addressing the elephant in the room. Why on earth is a business analyst standing in front of you and wanting to talk about software testing? Let me give you some context on who am I and why I'm here today. I was born and bred in rural Hungary. I studied law at the university. After my degree, I started to work as a lawyer. I was fulfilling the dream, right? Except I found out that the legal career I always dreamed about is not for me. So, to the shock of my family and my friends, I packed up my suitcase, jumped on a plane, and left to the UK, to London. Why, I hear you asking? Because everyone was doing it at that time. So in London, I did not only learn the importance of small talk. This is something that we Hungarians just don't do. We just don't get it. But I also get the chance to rebuild myself professionally. It was an amazing opportunity for me. My first noteworthy job was a support analyst role at a major investment bank. And mind you, I had no idea what I'm doing. But I persisted. I talked to people around me, and I found that people around me are willing to help. They were willing to help me. They were willing to help me to advance. And this is how I got the opportunity to transfer to a junior business analyst role at the same bank. I still had no idea what I'm doing, but I got better at it. And that was a defining moment in my career, because that's when I thought, yes, I'm on the right track. So fast forward to 2019, I'm still in London. I'm happily married. I work as a product owner. Yes, I know, I made my way. I work as a product owner, and I just found out that I'm expecting a baby. Happy days, right? Except it's almost 2020, the start of a new era of COVID, never-ending lockdowns. So that's why my husband and I made a quick decision, packing up our lives yet again and moving back to Hungary. So back in Hungary, we thought that we are going to, for a short period of time, we thought we are going to settle down in Hungary. And that's when I embarked on a tedious journey of finding a job in Hungary again. And because I had been away for such a long time, I didn't know who to talk to. I didn't know which companies are offering business analyst positions. I turned to a family friend. And this family friend recommended me to get in touch with a company called Test It. That is a Hungarian-based innovative company who specializes the services in quality assurance. And I wasn't especially interested in testing or quality assurance only as much as a business analyst should be, right? But I got in touch with the guys, we sat down and we had a chat. And what I realized from those conversations is that quality assurance is more complex. It's a multifaceted discipline on its own. So I ate a humble pie, and however I never became the employee of this company, I asked them to help me to learn. Someone who is extremely passionate about self-development and learning, I wanted to learn. I wanted to sit down and I wanted to learn more about quality assurance. So I started this journey, and I asked the guys of Test It to hold my hand on this journey and help me to learn more. This presentation is the outcome of the first steps in the journey. And don't forget about that I even managed to move with my family to the other side of the world, to Perth, a year ago. And that's how I ended up here at the DDD Perth conference. As I mentioned in my abstract, I believe that there are 4 main questions that we have to ask and attempt to answer when we are talking about the status quo of quality assurance as a whole, globally, or when we are looking at the status of software testing at any given company. I'm going to delve into these 4 questions in detail now. The first question is, why is software testing still crucial to the success of any IT project? So we can witness a growing number of software applications being developed. As I mentioned in my introduction, they're literally just growing, growing like mushrooms. You can see them popping out everywhere. And organizations, let them be large enterprises or small companies, they all gravitate towards digitizing and automating their processes. And we can understand why, because there is an absolute obvious benefit to it. So, what implications does this hold for software testing? I hear you asking. The answer is simple. The importance of software testing escalates. But there are some misconceptions around the effect of innovation and the pace at innovative technologies evolving. Because some people argue that with innovation, the code gets so good, the quality of code gets so good that we don't even need testing anymore. But I think the picture is so much more complex than this, because we have to think about the human side of things. The human side of things remain a challenge. Why? Because humans are still not entirely predictable. The human behavior, human communication or miscommunication, mistakes, these are the things that are still not predictable. And we have to make sure that we test the human side of applications as well. So can you please put up your hands if you know what the Kano model is? Good, I can see a couple of hands, that's good news. Let me just summarize it quickly. It's a great model that is looking at the value of your product features from the perspective of customer satisfaction. And the Kano model groups these product attributes into 3 main categories. The first one is the basic attributes or must-haves. The second one, performance attributes, and the third one, excitement attributes. And for the sake of making my point, I only will talk about the must-haves in detail, the basic attributes. So what are the basic attributes? The must-haves of any software product are those features that your customers expect as a bare minimum. If you don't provide these must-haves, the customers will be dissatisfied. However, providing these features won't lead to customer satisfaction automatically. It's just like me doing the laundry at home, right? If I do it, no one notices it. If I skip 1 load or 2, well, my family is going to start noticing. But just to provide you with a more professional example, in 2023, no one would buy a mobile phone, a smartphone, without the ability to making a call, right? No brainer. Not even I, a millennial, who would rather type in and send like a 1,000 character message instead of picking up a phone. Not even I would buy a phone which is not able to make a call. Why am I talking about the basic needs, the must-haves of the Kano model? Because, and I'm not jumping into the next question, sorry. I'm talking about the Kano model because this serves as a great analogy when it comes to software testing. We have to understand that we live in an age when working code and working features on their own are not enough anymore. Having a software tool helping you to progress with your business processes is not enough anymore. We want to make sure that the software people using are not driving them into the brink of madness, right? Because the software tools has the power to influence how we feel and how we think. And software testing, yet again, has a huge part in this. Question number 2. Why is it still so challenging to perform testing effectively? And there are quite many answers to this, but I would like to focus on 3 main aspects. So the first one is that in-house testing teams might struggle to keep up with innovation. Why is that? Because in-house testing teams don't have enough resources to keep up with the innovation. It is time-consuming, it takes money. The procurement process of any company is so lengthy, so tedious, that companies are just not able to keep up with innovation. The second aspect I would like to talk to is there is quite literally, when it comes to software development, no time to die. And we know this. There is no time to test. There is no time to write proper requirements. And what I usually say is the only thing that we can do is we can aim for developing softwares that are easy to fix instead of aiming for perfect softwares, especially because perfect software doesn't exist. It's like a unicorn. And I would like to, as a third aspect, I would like to talk about the problem with requirements. As a business analyst, as you could expect, I'm pretty passionate about requirements, but I also have a love and hate relationship with requirements. Why is that, I hear you asking? What's the problem with the requirements? Do you know what's the problem with the requirements? Exactly, someone said, magic word, they change. How dare they? That's why I have a love and hate relationship with them. They change, but that's the reality. Let it be a classic waterfall type project or agile ways of working, software requirements will change, and we have to take the time to document these changes precisely. It's not cool, it's not sexy, but that's the reality. Because at the end of the day, that's the boring truth. The end of the day, software testing is all about test at its baseline, testing the functionalities as per the requirements. And this doesn't contradict with my previous statement saying that a software product is way more than just the sum of the features, but that's the baseline. We have to get the foundations right. My third question is, how will AI shape quality assurance? There is an unprecedented hype around AI these days, and I'm not the expert to answer the questions around that, but I'm very good at asking questions. What I can see, at the moment, there are 2 distinct approaches towards AI and machine learning technologies. So the first group of people is amazing, great, bring them on. Doesn't matter the cost, doesn't matter the implication, doesn't matter what it causes to us as a whole, to a society as a whole, bring them on. The other group is a bit more reserved or worried. They are asking questions like, should I worry? Should I start worrying? Is my job, is my livelihood in danger? And I think the answer might be somewhere in the middle. But what we can definitely say in terms of quality assurance and development is that the development time will decrease with the advancement of AI and machine learning technologies, which will further accelerate the already existing trend of more and more and more software tools being developed. The fourth question is, how can we identify the best tailor-made approach to quality assurance? When companies, let them be large enterprises or smaller companies, trying to navigate this shifting landscape of technologies, they realize that there is a need for specialized service providers, because these service providers has the knowledge, the tools, the capability, the ability, the network to help them effectively with software testing. And what I believe the 3 main aspects of successful testing strategy are automation, AI, and service-based testing. So, how can we build a winning testing strategy? Let me make a confession. You might already realize, but I, as a BA, I have a somewhat unhealthy affection for models and acronyms. And that's why we built the 3A for 3T model. What does that mean? The 3A is all about the three aspects of testing that I just mentioned before: automation, AI, and the service-based testing that we call autonomy. The business performance that will be affected by the 3A can be described by the target, the tactics we choose, and the toolbox we use to address any issue at hand. So before I delve into how the 3A affects the 3T, I would like to just quickly run through what the 3T stands for. So the first T stands for the target. We can all agree that any testing strategy is only as good as the precision with which the target of the testing activities can be defined. And make no mistake, it's not just the scope of what we are going to test or what we are going to do is important to be defined, but what's out of scope and understanding what doesn't require testing is equally as important. And that requires skill and experience to understand the difference between what's in scope and what's out of scope. The second element of the 3T is tactics. Tactics mean all the specific actions and methods that we choose to address the issue defined in the target step or the target phase. And the tactics does not only refer to methods or actions that we take, but it also refers to understanding the skills, the people with the right skills needed. And the third one is the toolbox. That's pretty obvious. So once we understand our target and our tactics, we will have a good understanding of which tools to select from our toolbox. If you have a large toolbox, it really matters which one of those tools you select, and it also matters how you time the usage of these tools. Right tool at the right time. And again, as a BA who loves acronyms, I would like to use the POPIT acronym or POPIT model. That's a highly used way to analyze internal business problems, and we BAs use it quite often. So let me use the POPIT model to guide you through how a service-based testing model can help any company achieve autonomy, business autonomy. So the first aspect is the people. If a company decides to use a service provider for testing services in a true testing as a service model, and when I say true testing as a service model, I refer to something that's not just a fast reacting T&M model. In a true testing as a service model, as opposed to T&M, the client has an access to a hub of people, a pool of highly skilled people and motivated people. The client can also have access to niche knowledge that they would never get anyway, and also a network of highly skilled professionals outside of the service provider. How does this lead to autonomy? It leads to autonomy in a way that you will get access to more knowledge that you can imagine. Let's look at the organization side of things. A true testing as a service model can promote a quality-centric mindset, and also it can highlight and emphasize the importance of continuous improvement. With partnering up a service provider, a company can understand the importance of continuous improvement and learning. When it comes to the processes side of things, the service provider is going to offer you a plethora of processes and governance and methodologies. And don't forget about the information technology, the tool side of things. It doesn't only mean all of the tools available in the service provider's tool set, but it also means the ability to use the tool, to maintain it. The service provider has the capability to follow up on innovations, upgrades to these tools, and don't forget about the maintenance side of things and the administration side of things. That's also extremely important. So now, let me talk about how each element of the 3A can influence the 3T. Just a quick recap. The 3A stands for the 3 aspects of testing, the new dimensions of software testing. When 3T stands for all the elements of business success, performance, the elements we have to look at when we want to build a winning testing strategy. How does autonomy, testing as a service, influence target, tactic, and toolbox? As I mentioned, there is a pool of highly skilled people, and there is also access to a highly experienced testing manager who has an experience to define the target precisely. When we understand the target, then it comes to defining the tactics. How can a testing as a service model help you to define the tactics? Again, the available methodologies, the available ways of working, the available experience will help the service provider to understand which methods and ways of working to use explicitly. And the third one is the toolbox. So the provider is going to understand which tool to use from that toolbox. Automation. How automation is going to affect the 3T of business strategy. Now, automation is something that I didn't touch so far and didn't delve into it in detail because I'm trying to stay true to myself and I'm trying not to pretend that I'm a technology expert because I'm not. But even I, with my limited knowledge, understand that automation opens new perspectives when it comes to understand the target of testing. What do I mean by this? Let's think about a large enterprise with an architecture, a large architecture of different tools and different softwares. If a company, if an enterprise never get access to automated testing, they never thought of testing the entire enterprise, the entire enterprise architecture. Now, if you have access to automation, it opens up new perspectives because now you can test certain areas of your business that you have never been able to test before. And tactics side of things. Again, with understanding how automation works, you will understand when to choose automation as a tactic and which part of your software or your business that should be tested manually, because there is still room for manual testing. If you understand how automation works, you will also understand when not to use automation, and that's really important. And the toolbox side of things. So when it comes to automating testing, again, there are many, many tools out there which I personally don't understand. And you need someone who is an expert in this field and can tell which exact tool to use for automation. Do you want to buy an off-the-shelf product, or do you want to run a single script to do your test automation? This is something that you need to analyze, and you need to understand the problem properly before you decide on your tools. How does AI influence the 3T? If I said that automation opens up new perspectives in target definition, then artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques are going to completely shake it up. But we need to remember that we have to use these tools responsibly, right? So let me give you an example of how AI can help, and this is already out there. This is a tool that's already in use by quite many companies. Let me give you an example of how AI can help you to define your target. There is a tool that is able to model, analyze, and model business processes if we assume that there is already a software which is used to run business processes. If there is a software in place already, you can use a tool that will practically do the job of a business analyst. And I shouldn't say this because now my job is in danger, right? Basically, AI can do a job of a business analyst. I can absolutely resonate with the pain and how much time and effort it takes to sit down and end-to-end analyze a business process. Let it be manual, let it be already digitized. It's painful, it's tedious, and we make loads of errors as BAs. We overlook requirements, we overlook unhappy paths, we overlook things that might be just in a brain of one single person at the company. We can make mistakes. Now there are already tools that can easily do our job. But I still believe that these tools are not going to replace us, because the human side of things, as I mentioned before, these are still there for us to cover for. So back to the target definition. Artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques can help to speed up the requirements gathering phase. And it can also help us define the tactics in a very similar manner. There are machine learning techniques and AI tools that are being developed still in an initial phase, but they are out there and they are writing test scripts automatically for us. So this is how AI and ML can affect the toolbox side of things, and this is how the 3A influences the 3T. And how can we make sure that we build a winning testing strategy? We do a proper analysis and we understand how to utilize the elements of 3A to reach the highest performance at any business. So, as I mentioned before, I'm not a technical expert at all. But what I could see when I was preparing this talk and when I was doing a lot of research is adaptability, and the commitment to high-quality software is the only key to thriving in the digital age. Why is that? Because even my generation, but the younger generations, are going to leave your platform in a heartbeat if you make a single mistake. I would even leave my bank if I couldn't transfer money for 2 days because their mobile application is down. I would even do that because I can just open a new bank account like this. So we have to be aware of these changes. We have to be aware that the competition is fierce. And not the only, but one part of it is making sure that we focus on high quality softwares. Therefore, we focus on software testing and quality assurance. So before I wrap up, I would like to thank our amazing sponsors who made this conference available for all of us. And I would like to thank you for your attention and thank you for your understanding, because I'm entirely sure there are many developers and testers and highly skilled technical people in the room who was very patient to listen to me and listen to where I got in this journey and the first step in where my first step in the journey took me. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, there's no question. If you are looking to go to the next track, you can move now, or you can stay here. See you later.
To unlock insights in your data. Just by chatting with Copilot, you can visually explore your data to create stunning reports, discover insights, and summarize your data into easy-to-understand text narratives for sharing. With Copilot, you can turn insight into action with triggers that monitor your data and notify users. You can even create your own custom natural language experiences that combine Azure OpenAI models and your organization's data and easily publish your creations as plugins. And with your data in Fabric, Copilot provides insights and answers everywhere work gets done. Most importantly, Microsoft Cloud runs on trust, which means your data always remains your data. Bring your data into the era of AI with Microsoft Fabric.
What's the deal with My Deal? My Deal is your deal. Unique, personal, relevant to how you live and work. It's an opportunity for growth and reward, and it's one of the things that really sets us apart here at Mantle Group. My Deal is a chance to think about what matters to you and your career, and an opportunity to put steps in place to make changes happen. It isn't a performance review. It's a new way of looking at things. A chance to really focus on the forces that motivate you in your work and in your personal life. On your anniversary, you're invited to sit down and reflect on the last year, to give feedback, to hear feedback, to articulate your priorities, ideas, and what's important to you, and get guidance and support to enable those things to happen. It's the opportunity for you and us to agree on what's important moving forward. This was a discussion we had when you joined us, and it's time to have that conversation again. It's pretty straightforward. Before your My Deal meeting, make sure you have your feedback from the past 12 months. Reflect on your past year at work and think about the next. What are your priorities at work and at home? What's meaningful to you? And then come to your meeting with a plan or an idea of what help you need to be your best self. Is that mentoring opportunities? More flexible hours? Study breaks? Conferences? Working from a different location? Trying out a new role? Every deal will be as unique as the person involved. My Deal is about making your work and personal life fit together. Time, focus, technology, pathways, opportunity. What's your deal?
Still focused on eliminating defects? It's time to redefine quality and unlock possibility. At Planet, we partner with our clients to release the true value of quality through vision, precision, and independence. That means good business, better experiences, and greater growth. For over 2 decades, leading companies around the world have depended on Planet to optimize their applications and provide a smooth, speedy, and seamless experience for all users. More than this, we help them transform their delivery, adopting modern tooling and practices that enhance efficiency, enable resilience, assure security, and drive continuous quality. Visit planettesting.com to find out how we can help you deliver better software with confidence.
What do you mean, what is GitHub? It's the largest, most complete development platform in the world. Millions of developers use it. And it's not just developers. These days, every company is a software company. I thought you might say that. Come on, let me show you. GitHub is an enterprise transforming, startup launching, community driven, super secure, open source championing, cloud-based platform. It's where the world builds software.
We created algorithms and global businesses.
We even went to Mars.
Or at least our code did.
Oh, yes. With GitHub, anything is possible. But how? Say this is Sonal, a senior software engineer, and this is a team's project on GitHub. Sonal and her team can create their own branches of code to work together in parallel.
This is my branch, an alternate timeline where I can build, squash bugs, and safely experiment. There are communication and task delegation tools right next to my code. So when we're ready to merge, we merge instantly.
It works with thousands of branches for over 1 million projects.
And with built-in project planning, automation, CI/CD, and AI-enhanced code editing at every step.
You can move fast and get your ducks in a row. But we gotta be safe about it.
GitHub has advanced security with automatic vulnerability detection, secret scanning, and more. So we can build and ship safely and securely.
So, now you know what GitHub is, you might wonder who GitHub is. It's a student learning to code. It's disruptors revolutionizing music. It's a CEO transforming a global company. It's 21,000 strangers working together to take the first picture of a black hole. It's a place for anyone from anywhere to build anything. Anything you think the world needs. What's that? You already knew that? Well, why didn't you say anything? I was talking for ages back there. It's embarrassing.
I get a real sense of achievement working at Keystart. The benefits that this business brings to our community are immense.
When customers first walk into Keystart, apart from thinking what an adorable receptionist, they really like the aesthetics of this place. It's really nice, really welcoming. It's great to work in an organisation where you're making something as simple yet also complex, home ownership, a reality for individuals and families.
I enjoyed Keystart because I like organisations that attract me with a social benefit. From that perspective, it's dear to me. One of the coolest things of Keystart is we're getting people their first home.
What makes Keystart unique is our really strong sense of purpose to help Western Australians into home ownership. We really are passionate about helping that dream of home ownership become a reality for as many people as possible.
As an organisation, we are very people-driven. We want to see the best capabilities of our people, so we invest a lot of time and resources in growing from the inside and ensuring our people have the best capabilities to do their role as well as develop their careers.
For me, the main thing is being appreciated for what you do. For a company to recognise who you are, what you do, the effort that you put in, and actually give you recognition for it, that goes, beyond most other companies. Like, you're not just a number here, you are someone and they know who you are.
Our customers really are at the focus of everything that we do. For example, we have our customer journey, which identifies the different stages and emotions that our customers go through while they're with Keystart.
We have great people and great culture, and we have enough independence in our roles to be able to make decisions on a daily basis, so that empowers.
I believe so, and then you have the... Okay, cool. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today. We have Donna Edwards here with us, and she's bringing her friend as well, Akanksha Malik, and Josh Sewells. So she's going to talk about navigating salary reviews and promotions in a climate of redundancy. Donna Edwards is a manager at AWS with over 20 years in the tech industry. She is heavily involved in the Women in Tech space and runs a cloud training program that over 100,000 women globally have joined in the last 2 years. She is a Women in Tech Western Australia ambassador, author, international speaker, and musician. Please welcome.
Thank you so much.
Just checking if our slides are going to get turned on. Oh, look at that. Amazing. Cool. Let's change it up. Well, welcome to my friends. It's so nice to be back at DDD. As some of you may know, DDD was the first ever conference that I spoke at quite a few years ago now. And one of the things I love about DDD is the opportunity that it gives new speakers a chance to speak in a safe environment and not, practice the nerves, which never go away, can I tell you. Anyway, it's really lovely to be here. I get lots and lots of questions consistently, but especially this year about salary conversations, promotion conversations, and in the current climate where there has been a lot of redundancies, we thought that it was a very good topic just to have a very transparent conversation about and also answer any questions that you have as well. So I'm really excited that Akansha and Josh could join me today. Akansha is joining us from Melbourne. She is a data consultant, a Microsoft AI MVP, and an international speaker. After studying financial maths and actuarial, I can't say that word, is that correct? Almost. Science at UCC Ireland, she realised she wanted to work with people as well as numbers. As a consultant, she works with clients to help them solve problems by making more informed decisions with data. She's a firm believer of diversity and inclusivity. She loves machine learning and that it's becoming more accessible to everyone, isn't it? That's a whole nother talk. She is an avid advocate for women in STEM and is currently the Network Director of Women Who Code Melbourne and an advisory board member for Tech Diversity Lab. Thank you, Akansha, for trekking from Melbourne. Josh, one of our locals. So Josh gave a one-liner introduction on himself, which I'm going to just ignore. But Josh has been in the tech space for a long, long time, definitely over 20 years. He is as old as me, nearly.
I am the token middle-aged guy on this panel. I've never been the diversity inclusion before, and I don't know how to feel, but I think it's a great thing. So thank you, Donna, for having me today.
You're welcome. Thank you for being our diversity hire on the panel. Over 20 years in tech, in a range of roles, but as a technical consultant, also leading projects, leading large teams, managing practices, P&Ls, multiple countries, high-profile companies such as PwC, Inside, now at AWS, looking after AWS partners and customers across Australia. So I will caveat that we are not here speaking on behalf of our organisations. We are speaking on behalf of our many, many years in the tech industry and our experiences that we've personally had. So you will notice up there, if you have not already, there is a menti.com website with a number, and there's also a QR code. So throughout this panel discussion, I have a few questions that I'm going to kick off with, but then I'm going to be looking through all of your questions that come up on menti.com and asking your questions as well. So just keep them coming throughout the discussion, and they will hopefully we'll get time to answer quite a few of them. So let's kick straight into this. Top tips for negotiating a pay rise, some do's and don'ts. Josh, get straight into it.
I'm happy to go first. I just want to clarify as well, it was a joke about me being a middle-aged white guy, but I do obviously have an extreme level of privilege being a 42-year-old white male working in the tech industry. So I guess my perspective I'm bringing today is more so from the manager side of things. Back of the napkin calculations, I've probably done about 300 to 500 salary review meetings in my career. So I've seen a lot. I've seen what works. I've seen mistakes that are made. So please take that perspective from me today as opposed to tips on how to actually negotiate salary, because again, my experience will be very different to a lot of the people in the room. Look, the first thing I'll say, and the most important takeaway, is if the first conversation you're having about salary is at your formal salary review meeting, it's too late. You need to be having these conversations earlier. The amount of work that goes on behind the scenes for any organisation, whether they're a 15-person organisation or someone the size of AWS, in terms of creating budgets for pay increases, assigning those, all the performance management metrics that go on behind the scenes. By the time you have that formal review meeting, the outcome is basically 95% locked in. So, the big takeaway is if you're not happy with your salary, if you're looking to improve in that regard, start to have those conversations early. The second point would be understand the world that you're working in. So I'm not saying go and get an AFR subscription, although it's probably not a bad idea, but have an idea of the macro world around you, what's happening with interest rates and inflation and so on and so forth, and use that to inform the conversation, but don't use that as an excuse. Because your employer, at the end of the day, can't give you a pay rise because inflation is high or because your rent's gone up. That's not in their remit to even do so, even if they do actually feel empathy for your situation, and I guarantee you that they will do more often than not. And I guess the third thing in terms of what to do, your salary negotiation process, when you're talking and having these meetings around performance review, etc., it's really about your future. There's a really great book by Chris Voss. It's called Never Split the Difference. He is an FBI hostage negotiator. I did a whole negotiation behaviour unit in my MBA and learned absolutely nothing, but this book kind of changed my life. And really, the similarities there between hostage negotiation and salary negotiation, etc., is you're not bargaining for today, you're bargaining for your future. So the best question you can ask in that scenario is, what are the strategic projects that are important to you as a company? What are the things that I can do as your employee to help make you successful as a manager? That automatically changes that conversation from day one from self-centered to we-centered, and it will get buy-in from your manager. They will automatically go, hey, this person is actually thinking about not just the next 6 months, but in a time where no one stays around for 10 years most places, but for the next 2 years, right? I can see that they're bought in. And even if there isn't that strategic project that I can get involved in day one, when it does come along, you'll be in front of the queue to get involved in it. And those are the things, when you come around to your next pay review cycle, that will be remembered, that will be seen in your overall body of work as something that was adding value, and that will give you so much more power when you're trying to negotiate that next pay increase.
That was so well done. Oh my Lord. No, I guess I'm going to be coming at it from a slightly different perspective to Josh, because we were talking about it yesterday. I'm like, right, okay, I'll do exactly the opposite. I'll be the one with slightly more earlier, but also mid level career people kind of coming in and having those conversations. And the biggest one that I've seen over the last couple of years in my career was knowing numbers, knowing what's actually normal in the industry. Is really, really hard, especially if you've just started or are in a new market, if you've just relocated. You don't know what is the normal number for a senior software engineer, senior data engineer. They are different everywhere. And the more data points you have, the better it is. I'm a data person. The more data points it is, the better it is in general. And related to that data kind of points, the other thing, as much practice as you can get in these conversations of knowing what you're going to react to and how your body is going to react to in a situation that is stressful and feels really, really awful, the better you'll be and better able to manage those conversations. I've probably done about 100 talks at this stage, and my heart rate is pretty high right now because it's the first time I've spoken here. And it'll calm down, I'll be back to normal in 10 or 5 minutes. And I know that, so I'm all right, okay. The minute I start smoking, I'm gonna go really, really fast. And I know about myself, so I'm gonna start slowing down soon enough. And the same thing happens in those kind of conversations. I know I'm going to be really stressed out, and then I'm going to start talking too fast, and then I'm going to trip over my own words, and now no one knows what's happening because they can't understand what I'm saying, and this is a mess. And then I'm more stressed about the fact that I can't even say what I'm trying to say. So the more of those conversations you have, and the more times you put yourself in those situations, you know what you're going to be like and can kind of manage it a bit better. And yeah, the other end is, people on the other end of it have been in those situations so many times that this is not something new to them. This might be your second or third time having this conversation of hey, I really like an extra $10,000 and this is going to be boring a hole into my head for weeks leading up to it. They've had 300 of these conversations, and this is very BAU for them. So you need to also get to a stage where it's a little bit more BAU for yourself to be in that situation. They're the two big ones, I think, for me, leading into it.
Love them, +1 to everything. And I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but I would say also avoiding the comparison discussion. Take it away from, I know something that comes up a lot, and I have had these conversations on both sides where you find out someone else is the same role as you, same level, and they're earning a lot more than you. And it's well, hang on, that's not fair. So straight away you want to go and have a conversation with your boss and say, well, hang on, they're earning this, that's what I should be earning. I would recommend staying away from the comparison conversation. When you're going to talk to your leader, it's about data, market rates, this is the research that I've done, this is the level of salary that is market and looks like it's fair for the role that I'm doing. These are the things that I've been bringing to the table. These are some of my achievements. This is what I'm looking for. And if the answer is no, we don't have budget right now, which sometimes it is, then it's about the planning. Well, when is the next cycle? When is the budget resetting? What do you need to see from me in order to be a top performer, in order to deliver extra value to the business that will make it worthwhile to have this extra money? So I think there's lots of different things in that. I guess my follow-up question is, how do you manage those conversations when, like right now, your leader might pull the economy is bad card, or we don't have budget? Like, what are some of the tips for then managing that conversation?
I think probably I covered it mostly in that preparation part, right? It's very easy for someone who knows more about something than you to use that argument against you. So if your manager says, well, the economy's stuffed, so therefore you only get a 2% pay rise or whatever, and you don't have any points to counter that with, then it's very hard to make that argument. And again, this is not, you need to understand the economy from the bottom, like the ground up, but having a basic understanding of the Australian economy and what's going on globally, I think is really important, and it's always been useful for me. But more importantly is know what's going on in the company you work for. So if your CEO or management team isn't on a regular basis providing updates of the financial performance of the business, ask them to do that. And if they are sharing it, but they're just sharing it via email, take the time to read it, have enough knowledge of what is going on in the organisation around you, because once again, salary negotiation is like 50% about your performance and 50% about the business that's going on around you, right? So the more information you have, the more prepared you can be, the less weak arguments can be used to shoot down your request.
Yeah, look, and at the other end of it, it's not just you. I want to make that, if you've had that conversation, I've been in a conversation like that where I've had someone go, you should be lucky you have a job, don't ask me for more money. And I was like, excuse me? Whoa, this was not the response I ever expected to just immediately hear back when all I came in to have a conversation was like, hey, how's performance going? I would like to talk about this. And I was like, I wasn't even asking for money straight away or anything like that. It was the build up of those conversations over time of what can I do? How can I help with the business? Where can this go? So yeah, those kind of conversations do happen sometimes. And then it's a case of okay, planning in time. And it really just goes back to Josh's point. The more in advance planning you can do in terms of, okay, what do you need to see and what can we do? And if the answer just isn't changing, it's time to start looking for a job. If this just might not be the right business. And I think we talked about this a little bit earlier in a pre-prep conversation, but budgets are different in terms of retaining talent and retaining people than hiring new talent and hiring new people. So it might just be the case that it's time to have a look somewhere else. But yeah, more and more conversations you can have at a regular basis with kind of people in those positions, given the context of everything else that might be happening, is usually going to be your best point of gathering those data points.
Yeah, and we did have a conversation around when you change roles, a lot of the time that is one of the opportunities where it is an opportunity to get quite a significant bump, whereas when you are getting a salary increase in your current role, it can be more difficult, but there's a lot of considerations to take into account, not just money, as part of benefits and working for a company and et cetera, which goes to an audience question that I think kind of continues this conversation. And the question is, a year after a significant bump in salary, how do you present the argument for another 12 months immediately after? Do you not and just chill out, or do you wait for the review and see what comes unprompted? And I think we touched on this when we were pre-chatting around what's important to you, what equals success, what are your goals, and et cetera, et cetera. So, thoughts?
I think it really depends on what's been happening over the 12 months. It's great, if your business values you and they're paying you all this money, they do expect something on the other end of it. They need to justify why they're paying out that kind of money. So if you're asking for more, great. What's your justification? And I used to hate this earlier on, where I was just like, oh my God, I've done my job. What more do you want from me? I would like to pay my bills and move on, thank you. But the more and more further you get into your career, it does start changing, because they do start expecting a bit more if you're asking for that. So regularly, and this is so hard to do, and I still struggle. I've been a consultant and I've had to do weekly timesheets, and I couldn't tell, every Friday was a struggle to be like, what did I do this week? So when a 12-month later review period comes along, what did I do for the last 12 months? I'm not going to remember anything. So as much as you can, keeping that evidence, keeping kind of a track record of, hey, what have I been doing? What have I been adding back to the business? And making those very tangible points of, hey, I've added this much value, and it's just fair in the sense of like, if I've added $25,000 worth of value, I'm only asking for a percentage of this. I'm sure you've done much more than that in terms of context and numbers. So the more factual numbers and stuff you can bring into those conversations, and again, I would say be having those conversations quite regularly with your manager and how you're going and how you're performing. And hey, am I hitting the expectations you had? And if I'm not, let's have a chat. What can I be doing? And keeping them updated. I'm like, no, we had a chat last week about how I was struggling with this thing, and now look, I'm working on this thing. I'm constantly improving. They need to be able to tangibly see that over the time too. So the more and more conversations you can have, the better that use case is going to be down the line.
I think there's an expectation, quite rightly, early on in your career that you can get like a 10 to 15%, 25% in these crazy times pay bump early on, and that's true, and that makes sense, right? There's also a certain point in most people's career where they don't realise that kind of plateaus off if you're just going at the same rate. So there's, to add to what you said there, like write everything you do down, because if you don't have documented evidence of what you've done, then it's really hard to then tell that in a story when you're doing that pay review. The second one goes back to make sure what you're working on, particularly outside your day job, like if you're consulting your billable hours or whatever, if you're doing a cool project on the side, make sure it's something that you've spoken to your manager and there's some tangent between what they're focused on and what you're doing. That way they can sort of recognize you for that as well. And I guess the third thing would be just have a think about things outside of salary. We have a real fixation on the dollar value in Western Australia. I guess because of the mining, right? So everyone goes, well, my mate drives trucks up at Port Hedland and earns 200 grand a year, so I should be doing that, not realising that their mental health is falling apart. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on. I'm not to swear here, they pee it all up against the wall, and they're not saving kind of thing, right? And we just have in Western Australia, compared to other places I've been, this fixation on that. So what else do you want? What else do you value, that isn't just salary? And can you ask for that instead? I've had two really, one great and one really bad salary negotiation in my time related to packages. The first one, I got given a car when I lived in London. I didn't need a car. I couldn't drive a manual, but that was what they offered me, and I took it. And I sat in the car park for an hour and a half trying to work out how to put it into reverse, an hour north of London, and then driving through London is the scariest thing you'll ever do. It was ridiculous, right? But I just didn't know what was going to be important to me. Flip side of that, when I moved back from doing my 4 years as a backpacker and, working in consulting in the UK, I wanted to keep traveling. So I said, hey, what's really great for me is I'd love to go to the SharePoint conference in Vegas this year and subsequent years. And I asked them to write that into my contract, and I was willing to take a bit of a hit on the pay because I was at the top of the band in exchange for something that I could then give value back to them. And their negotiation back to me is, cool, you can do that, but you'll be up on stage talking about what you saw, you'll be doing internal presentations, and you'll be doing all that sort of stuff. That value exchange was a no-brainer for me. So I end up getting the 10K of value, I get to do something awesome, and the company still benefits from it. So you just get creative with the thinking around that stuff and don't just think of the dollar number, I guess.
Yeah, love it. +1 to everything. A lot of the questions I think you're kind of touching on that have been coming in from the audience around, how it differs from an early career perspective versus as you progress more in your career. And I think it definitely does change, as you've said. I think earlier in your career, it's very easy to keep getting those 10K pay bumps every year. As that progresses and you get more senior, it does slow down, and there's other benefits that you have to think about as well. The other question that I've already forgotten, there was something around, specific, how do you demonstrate what when you're having that conversation about salary, how do you demonstrate what you've done? And I think the point's already around keeping track of it. Send yourself an email, keep an email list or whatever drive you use in the cloud. Keep a list of all the things that you're doing, the projects that you're doing, the achievements inside and outside of work. I think those things are really important to bring to the table in your discussions, as you've said. This was an interesting one. You know, how would salary review questions or the process differ between large organisations and small organisations, and what are some of the kind of difficulties or solutions in those discussions with the two extremes? And I think that's a very interesting and valid question.
So I've worked for Big Four. I now work for AWS, and I've worked for 20-person consulting organisations. The process it's still pretty similar. It's just the number of contact points and the amount of work needed to prove what you've been doing increases significantly. So at the end of the day, you're not going to have as much flexibility on your pay band working for a massive organisation, but you're also probably going to have a lot more clarity on what you need to do to get to that next level, whether that be promotion or something along those lines, because they tend to publish, this is the range for X number of years of experience, sort of at this rate. We get asked a lot in the AWS world and similar to PwC to create what we call our body of work, and that again goes back to the strategic stuff that we do that is outside of the core function of our job, to make sure that sort of aligns. Smaller companies, again, it really depends. It's more likely to run into challenges, well, not challenges. For me, again, I'll put my privilege hat on. It was easy for me because I was a guy that worked in tech that was able to sit up on a stage and talk into a microphone. So I never had a challenge in that regard. I was very lucky, and I worked alongside colleagues who were way smarter than me and way more technically proficient and way better at their job that were not getting pay rises, at the same time, kind of thing. So I think it's really important to try and call some of that stuff out if you're working in a smaller organisation. It doesn't happen anywhere near as much anymore from what I know, which is great. But at that stage, there's not, if you're in a situation where you're just not getting that progression, and hopefully there's no managers of people in the room here, leave. Like, there's enough work here. As much as it is a slightly challenging time, this is probably the third best time ever to work in tech behind the last couple of years and 1999 when the millennium bug hit, right? So it's all relative. There is so much work. Every single company that is a big company is trying to build up their own IT arm, and they're doing their own product development. You've got things like Web3 and you've got Gen AI. There's so much good stuff happening. Having an awkward pay conversation or being constrained by that shouldn't be a blocker in your career.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've kind of worked for smaller places now. I used to say that, and then I think about the fact that they're like 200-300 people, and that doesn't really feel that small. But if you look at it locally, there is about 30-40 people in the business, and you probably talk to your team and then the one up and maybe one up. Kind of make the effort to talk to a few other people around. I know it's not easy, and I know it's not fun, but just chatting to them what you've been doing, how's it been going, to asking them about what they've been doing. And it is kind of part of networking and just building that kind of sphere around you. But the more people that know what you've been up to and what you've been building, the better it is for you. It's the classic thing of like, this person has been doing all this amazing stuff, but no one knows about it. And that has happened so many times where someone, I'd just be sitting beside them for the day and I'll see it. And I'm like, whoa, wait a second. Why has no one heard about all the stuff that you've done? And they just don't feel comfortable doing that, right? And which is completely fair, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when it does come around to those conversations, they are awkward conversations. And if it is easier for you to have those conversations through email, where you can actually sit down in your own space where you're comfortable and like write out exactly what you want to say and like, this is what I've done, and justify it, do it that way. Whatever way feels more comfortable for you, prep that. And if your manager is someone's like, no, we'll have this one-on-one, in-person conversation. I've had that where I'm like, I would have rather have this conversation over Teams where I could have been at home and I know exactly where I would have been comfortable, but they really didn't want that. There's ways you can go around that by prepping to go into those conversations. The biggest tip someone gave me, especially in a salary negotiation scenario, was writing down just the one-liner of exactly what you wanted to say. It's like, based on everything we've talked about and all the responsibilities you've told me about this role, I would be expecting X. And then stop talking. Do not spiral. Sit in the silence. If it's going to be a 10-minute silence and they don't say anything, you sit in the 10-minute silence. You don't say another word. And that is impossible for me to do. Like, it took the only way that worked for me is like I literally had it written on a Post-it in front of me, and this is where I was on Teams call. And I read it, and I just stopped talking. And I'd built it up in my head of like, I mean, people on the other side, they know these are tactics and they know they do that. They leave the silence open to see what else you're going to say. And I'm like fully sweating at this stage. It was the first time I'd asked for any little bit more money. I was literally asking for like an extra 5K, I think. And I was like, please, this is so terrifying. And the person on the other end was like, oh, okay, perfect. Look, we'll take that back to our manager and we'll let you know. And I was like, that was it? That's all I had to do? And I built it up for like so much. Be okay with the silence. Like that was the biggest thing I'd learned, but especially when it's kind of that small consulting world or small business world, you start knowing what the other people are like. You build those relationships and you know how they're going to react. So if they are someone who leaves you be in the silence and lets you fill the gap, know that and be comfortable with it. And yeah, building that out I think helps a lot.
And it gets easier. It's the same as public speaking. Yes, you still get nervous, but it gets easier every time you do it. So there was the questions around, you know, being early career and how do you prep for the conversations and build the confidence. It really is a practice thing. It's practicing it first with people that are safe, then practicing it with your managers, and then each time you do it, you'll get better at it and it will get easier, I promise.
It's also really hard for your manager, that conversation, right? Like, I hated going into those meetings. Like, I wanted to give everyone 50 grand paid bumps a year because it wasn't my money. And my team were great and I loved them and I would have, exactly. But like, you go in there and you're like, I know I'm going to break this person's heart in some way. So again, for me as a manager, like having those regular catch-ups one-on-one and discussing salary and being transparent about what was realistic is really important as well. So the more you get into that muscle memory as a manager or an employee of having conversations with people that you trust about salary, the easier it'll be when you get to the squeaky bum time and you're in there talking asking about that number when it's your actual review. So.
Okay, I want to come back to that about the manager in a second based on a question, but I just want to finish up with the small company versus large company. My experience of both sides is that with a larger company, you really need to be much more structured because there is less flexibility that they have. So the managers only have a very small amount of flexibility. Everything is driven by a very large HR process. So you need to know when the cycle is, you need to plan in advance, you need to make sure you understand what their rating system is, what their bell curve situation is, all those things that the managers don't have a lot of control over, and you need to be really upfront and ask, what is the rating system? How do I make sure that I'm on the top of it? What do you need from me this year? What do you need from me in the next 6 months? You have to be really proactive in large companies and much more in advance. With smaller companies, you have a lot more flexibility. Managers have a lot more power, generally speaking. They have more control over the budget. And sponsors are much more important. So, I bang on about mentors and sponsors a lot, but having a sponsor who is someone who will advocate for you on the leadership team, who understands what you contribute to the business, who is, very pro you, that is amazing when it comes to salary and promotions. So really make sure that you've got a sponsor that is part of a leadership team or even better, senior leadership team. Coming back to the manager question, there was a question from the audience around, what do I do when I have so many great people in my team and I love everyone and I want to give everybody heaps of money, but I don't have the budget as a manager? Josh, I feel like you've got some stories on that.
There's no easy answer to this question. Look, I think, again, it's all about expectation setting. So if you've got someone that's moving into the 7th or 8th year of their career and they're expecting the same salary bump that they're getting in the 2nd or 3rd year of their career because you haven't coached them on what is realistic, then they're going to be disappointed. We've said this numerous times, it is really about that constant communication. I think the other thing as well, look, I'm covering all the same points because I think they're key, right? The people that get rewarded with the greatest pay bumps are the ones that have demonstrated discretionary effort that adds value. And that doesn't mean working outside of your 8 hours or whatever. Like, the world is very different these days. People have families, people have all that sort of stuff. It's really, let me use an example. Who watched the IKEA hacking presentation earlier out there today, right? That was so cool. And I sat there going, I have no idea what's going on, but that is so cool. We used to have guys that I worked for who were, again, so smart, and they would work on things like that. And I'd be like, all right, let's sit down. I can't coach you on technology, but I can coach you on business a little bit. So why don't we pull together a bit of a business plan as to how we could commercialize something using what you're building here, right? And I want you to create the business plan. And if you create a business plan and I think it's compelling, I'm going to give you a day a week for the next 8 weeks or whatever it is you ask for to actually go and work on that cool side project. That's the way to unlock that time and that different conversation. It's a learning experience, but your manager's bought in. There's no point doing something, sorry, that's not right. There's absolutely point doing the cool techie stuff regardless. It won't get the outcome that you think you're going to get as a tech person if your manager doesn't see the value in it. That's just the way it is, unfortunately. The number of times I would have, again, great tech people that were stuck in a rut where they were in the organisation because rather than listen to what I suggested last year and go and do a Toastmasters course or, write a technical blog or do something community focused, they just went and got another 3 technical certs when they already had pretty much all the technical certs. You've got to be well-rounded. You've got to do all that sort of stuff, and you've just got to, I'll keep going, but I'll stop there.
I've got another rant question for you. And we feel you, whoever asked this question, why is the salary different for new hires versus existing employees when it costs so much to recruit and train someone? We feel you. Isn't that a great question? Who wants to rant?
Well, this is already got answered. They're different budgets, right? Like there is a different budget for hiring people than there is for retaining people, and that is unfortunately how it is. It's there's a reason people change jobs a lot early in their career. And there's a reason that, we don't discourage it. And there's a reason why when I would hire a grad, I'd be like, look, as a grad, you're going to get 50 grand. In 2 years' time, you're going to be worth 100 grand, but I can't pay you that because that's not going to work for the system that we're hiring with. So give me 2 years, I will support you there, and then I'll call whoever you want and give you the most glowing endorsement so your next job, you're able to go and do. And you know what? Some of those grads would come back then 2 years later. So you've just got to think about it as, the career of the person, and as a manager, it was really important for me, to have that mindset, right? Like, I want this person to be in my career forever, because God knows I've moved companies a number of times as well, and I've hired people along with me to multiple companies because I've made the effort to sort of build those relationships. That's all we can do.
I think the only thing I would add to that part is tech in Australia is tiny. Like, there isn't anyone that doesn't know everyone, or you're living at about like a 2 degrees separation from anyone else in tech, I would say. Like, I can probably guarantee you will know someone in this room that can introduce you to someone else within this room with no problems at all. You wouldn't be hard pressed to figure that out. And that exists in the community. So build those networks, build those relationships, put the time and effort into it, so that later down the line, things like that come around where you can come back and have that conversation of like, hey, and it goes both ways, right? It's like, if you've been a great manager, you best believe I'll be coming back. The best manager I've ever had. We're still friends. And she pulls me into doing stuff like this and then recommends me into doing other stuff. Like, sponsor right here. It goes a really long way. And that was 5 years ago. Like, she was there for like about 6 months. And I was like, this is the best manager I'll ever have. But like, they set the standards and you go back to them.
I did not pay her
She
anything.
did not pay me.
I did give her free accommodation, actually.
We'll take what we can get at this stage. What is my value proposition? I don't know anymore. But those relationships last, and they do come back around, and just make sure that you are building both ways, I think really goes to stand. I don't know how to end that sentence, but here we are.
Just to close that out, the one thing I would caution against, because it can burn bridges, is the flip side of that, where you go and accept an offer from a competitor and then take it back to your manager. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but have the conversation with your manager like early on in the piece so that they can use that as negotiation to their manager. Don't come at the last stage and make it a full dive and save type thing. Realistically, like, I've had that happen to me so many times as a manager, and I'll say to the person, like, you get one chance at that. Like, if you do that again, then I'll let you walk, and that's just how it is, kind of thing. There needs to be, and if your manager's a douche, then like, ignore what I'm saying. But there needs to be two-way trust in these relationships, right? And you just playing off salaries from competitors to your manager, that's burning the relationship in the other direction as well, right? So just be mindful of that, I guess.
Yeah, because generally speaking, your managers and your leadership do want to retain you, generally speaking. Obviously, there's the scenario where you should leave, but generally they want to retain you. So remember, going into those conversations, it is always about trying to find a win-win, trying to make it easy for them. That's probably my biggest tip is, if, like, our job is to make it, and R is in as an individual contributor, my job is to make it as easy as possible for my boss to tick their boxes and say yes to what I want. That's my job. So how do I make it easy for them? How do I make it really like, here's all the data, you know, I know this is I know this is a cycle, I know all of the things, and here you go, make it easy, give it to them on a platter. You've answered a lot, there's so many amazing questions. We could definitely talk all day. And you've answered quite a lot of them as we've been going, just by what you've been saying. Promotions, because I'm conscious we talked about promotions in the abstract as well. I think a lot of it is similar, right? Is there any kind of different things that you want to call out in terms of people looking for promotions, because that can tie with salaries as well?
I think the only thing I'd add is that number of years of experience doesn't automatically mean that you deserve a promotion in either direction. I think that managers that hold over inexperience over people's head to block promotions is also a dick move, quite frankly. I don't think that you should have to have 5 years of, you know, whatever coding before you get moved up the banner if you're demonstrating value in other ways. But equally, if you've just been phoning it in for 4 years in role and that's the general average, then you don't get that promotion either, basically. So nothing more to add other than that, I think.
When the conversation falls into, well, you haven't really demonstrated X skill and we really need that, and you're sitting there being like, there is no place for me to demonstrate that X skill because you're not giving me any opportunities to do that at all. So in a consulting example, they're like, well, we haven't really seen you doing like stakeholder management on a client project. And I'm like, put me on a client project and leave me do that so I can show you I can do this. And those are really, really hard to manage, because then it's like, well, you have this expectation which is not really based in reality because you're not giving me the opportunity to do that. And what I'd say is really kind of drill into those with your manager, like, okay, this is not the reality of the business. And this kind of goes back to that point earlier of understanding the business and the values and where everything is sitting in that economic timeline. Sit down with them, like, okay, you want to see stakeholder management, which is a lot of communication skills. How else can I show you that? Can I go and do a talk? Can I go and manage a internal thing that will show you that I can have a multiple relationship management thing, that I'm maintaining those relationships and making sure everyone's turning up and doing the things? How else can I show you those skills that don't seem feasible and you're kind of just putting a blanket ban on that's not happening?
It's a really important point, because if you're getting that feedback from your manager that you haven't demonstrated X on a customer, 9 times out of 10, or every time I've asked that question, it's because I have to go to a promotion board. I don't get to just promote people unless I'm working for a 5-person company. I've got to make the justification upwards, and there will be criteria, and that criteria will be demonstrating, you know, a number of tick boxes that need to be achieved. So if that hasn't been done, then yeah, don't leave that room until you've agreed a plan, and then go put it in writing and email it afterwards so that you know exactly how you're going to bridge that gap, so you don't get the same feedback twice. That's what you really want to try and avoid in those situations.
Yeah, the written stuff, oh my God, I live and breathe by it now. I've learned my mistakes. You'll agree to things on calls and that's about it, and you'll never hear about it again. Or if you don't have regular catch-ups with your manager or your person who's going to be doing these checkboxes, there's only so many things they can keep track of. They've got 100 other things to be doing at the same time. Follow up with emails, follow up with follow-ups and catch-ups of, hey, so we talked about this. This is how far along I am on that achievable goal that we discussed, and this is where it's at. This might be the extra thing I need from you to help me get to the rest of it. Like, get them involved in the process as much as you can, and based on their capacity as well. But they're usually going to want to help if you keep pushing them to try and help you.
And the person that asked about, as a manager, what do I do to help my team when I don't have lots of money to give them? I think giving them opportunities for stretch projects, so it's going to help them, if not in their own role currently, in their next career opportunity, is something that as a manager you can do to help. And also giving them projects that are in their passion zone or areas that they really want to be working, and making sure they've got time within their day-to-day role to do that is definitely going to help retain them as well. There was a few questions around salary, like asking, you know, do I ask for what I want first? Do I wait for them to offer me? And the same thing if I'm going for a new job, what do I say when they say, what are you earning? Which the recruiters like to ask you first. So I'm interested in the thoughts around disclosure.
Yeah, this was a blind spot to me. We were talking about this yesterday, and I didn't realise that you weren't meant to say what you're currently earning when you go for a job interview or whatever kind of thing, because that gives them a baseline to work from. Full on me, I guess. Look, I think it depends. I think it depends on the person. You'll have a number in your head that you're anchored to, and that might be something that you're aiming for at a top level. It might be something that you need to pay your mortgage. It might be something that is a high enough percentage over what you're currently earning to justify the change. If you can back the number in your head up with enough of those reasons, I see no problem hanging that out there to a prospective employer. But you obviously do run the risk that you might be leaving money on the table if they were going to offer more. Realistically, though, if you've done your research and you're confident enough about what you think you're worth to be asking the number, you probably already know what the market looks like anyway. You probably already know what a good salary for your range is anyway. So I'm on the side of having an anchor number, whether you say it out loud, at least have it in your head. What I will say not to do is write the number down on a piece of paper, walk in, put it in front of the person, and then just stare into their soul for 10 minutes. I assume this happened to me once, and I assume they saw something on YouTube around negotiation. Don't do that. That's other than that. I wasn't going to tell that story, but yeah.
What was the question again?
Do you give them, what number do you give them? Like, if do you wait for them to give you a number? Do you give them a number?
Yeah. Okay. So especially from a woman perspective, where I've been in communities where I've had women come up and they're like, yeah, it's been a struggle. Like, it's like at Women Who Code when we run events, like literally last month's event 2 weeks ago, she's like, yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle. God, I'm really struggling. Like, I have to support my parents, and she's telling me all these things, and she's like, and she tells me what she's on. I'm like, this is the most underpaid I've seen anyone for a tech lead position. What is happening? And she's like, yeah, I kind of raised it, but they kind of said it's like market. Then I kind of left. I'm like, that's not market. And she's like, really? Like, I thought I was angry, but I wasn't sure if I should be. And that's the kind of gap that exists of talk to as many people around you as you can. Yes, there's clauses about what you can and can't disclose within the business, but there are communities existing for this reason. Go find a community that you can build connections with and talk about these things, because especially when you go into asking for numbers and building up that, like, okay, this, and do that point, right? Like, a lot of us tend to not sit down and actually look at what we need, and we just look at, hey, this person's making this much money in this role, I should probably be at that number. Have a sit down and actually value. It was like, okay, on a monthly basis, these are my non-negotiables. This is kind of like financial planning tips now. I don't know why I'm doing that, but like on a monthly basis, I'm like non-negotiables, like this is my gym, this is how much I have to pay for this. This is all these non-negotiables I have to pay and I cannot live without. That's my basis. And I'm like, I will figure out what I need at a minimum, and then I can add on top of that. I'm like, okay, anything around this I'm going to be comfortable with. And then you start having those conversations, all right, what are other people around this having, and how does that feel, and what's it like? And then have that tribe around you of people who know they will, like, they'll support you, because there's nothing worse than going into a promotion conversation having real anxiety around it and not being pumped up and not feeling like you should get that. Have the people around you being like, you deserve all that, and you deserve even more, and you should ask for even more than that. Like, have the people pump you up before, because it feels a lot nicer going into those conversations. But yeah, in terms of actual numbers, sorry, I did forget the question again as I started talking. But in terms of whether you should bring a number in, calculate that for yourself, and then have a look at the market numbers and kind of fit it in where you'll be happy, and add an extra 5-10 on that, because they'll bring it back down. So, yeah.
Maybe. Just to round out, I think also, if there are other things that are important to you, having a number as an anchor is just easy to get that out of the way, because it then becomes table stakes. Really, if you say, hey, look, this is what I'm looking for, if we think we can get to there down the track, then let's continue the conversation. They may go, well, that's just not in the ballpark, and then you're ready to walk away. If you're agreed on number, then you can start to talk about, well, actually, I do school pick-up and drop-offs on Mondays and Tuesdays. I like to be flexible on Friday, kind of thing. You're in a much stronger negotiating position, because you've already got the hard bit out of the way in terms of the number, and you're not sitting there stressed about, am I negotiating when, then they're going to go, okay, because we've conceded all these things for you, now we're going to lowball you on salary, because we've already conceded in a bunch of other areas. So just another thought there.
Yeah, and within that, I think it's worth, I'm sure people know pay calculators and all those things, right? actually sit down and see what that extra number you want. Like if it's an extra 10K that you're like, I just have to hit this milestone, have a look at how much that is actually coming into your monthly pay, right? It's not gonna, like after a certain value, like with taxes and stuff, it doesn't actually equate and it doesn't make it, like you'll see a difference of like $300 or something. Like it's at the end of the month. There's gonna be more value in having those conversations and trying to get those known, like, can I get a trip to a conference where I'll have these like learnings and stuff, which is gonna be paid for by you. You're getting a lot more tangible outcome and like value out of that than just that extra pay bump at the end of the day, which half of it might be eaten by tax. So have a look at what the actual value proposition is in terms of, is it worth fighting for that extra 10K there, where it could be something else you can kind of have a conversation and be creative about.
Yeah, and I would just add, I think whatever you're comfortable with, I think there's pros and cons of you saying what you want versus waiting for the employer to say what they're willing to offer. I think it can go either way. I think you can handle the conversation no matter which way you go, just personal preference. With applying for a new role, when they ask for what are you currently on, I don't agree with disclosing what you're currently on if you're trying to increase your salary significantly and you're not being paid market rate currently. My tip for that would be flipping it and saying, I'm actually interested in understanding what a fair salary is that you would be offering for this role, or flipping it and saying, actually my expectations based on the market rate and based on my experience would be X, Y, Z. So kind of flip that rather than saying, I'm not going to tell you what I'm on, which always comes across really awkward. I've had so many people do that to me before. As an ex-recruiter, I'm very good at getting them to actually tell me, and recruiters can be very persistent, and managers can as well, but just flip it. And so, you know, what is a fair market salary that you believe this role is worth? Or, yeah, these are the expectations that I have based on market rate and what I bring to the table. I'm conscious of time, and we haven't really touched on the redundancy piece. There was a question around, and so this will be our last question because, yep, time. Should people that have gone past the junior, mid-level career be massively concerned about the job shortages and layoffs happening? Or does it affect lower and entry-level workers more? And then I guess also on that, you know, the whole climate of redundancy at the moment, you know, do you think that there's, you know, should people be concerned? Do you see issues with people getting other roles if they are made redundant or getting that held against them? Just that general gist.
Without getting too controversial, I think we've reached a more sustainable point in the industry at the moment. I think some of the salary increases and the wages that people were getting paid with very little amount of experience wasn't sustainable. But we do still have a structural shortage of technical people that isn't going to be solved anytime soon, right? Like there's people in universities and all that type of stuff. Should you be concerned about it? I mean, obviously, because it's your job and, you know, people have got bills and all that type of stuff. Should you be concerned that if it happens, it will be negative and count against your career? Absolutely not. Because more often than not, redundancies happen structurally because a company's not doing well or because they've made a decision to try and jack up the share price by taking costs out of the business. I have never looked at a CV or been in an interview and passed someone over because they got made redundant from their last job. It just wouldn't happen. It's not the right approach at all, basically. So from that perspective, don't worry about it at all. We're seeing tech. Tech is like in everything now. Like I said, we've got massive customers that are oil and gas giants and energy suppliers and banks and all of that. They have their own product teams now. They're hiring more tech staff than the tech companies are. So there's never been a better time to be getting a job. So get creative, understand what's out there. You know, understand that if it does happen and you get made redundant, you'll be able to bounce back on your feet. We're in the best industry in the world, quite frankly, to work in that regard. So yeah, just roll with it.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sentiment around what it means to be made redundant has changed a lot as well, just in general. Like, people are now a lot more like, it wasn't you. Like, we do understand. It might feel like if it's the first time you're going through it, there's a lot of feelings attached to it, and I completely sympathize and empathize with that. But it has changed, where it's like, it wasn't you, like, it's a business thing. Like, at the end of the day, there is still so much more that you have to offer and will offer in other places. And more and more people, I think, are getting a lot better at that and understanding that. And in general, I mean, like, I took a career break and I was like, no more, thank you very much. And it got a lot easier to have those conversations. And I think for me anyway, it just comes back down to that communication piece of, this is what was happening, this is what's happened. And having that kind of very open conversation is what works for me. Might not be the reality for everyone else. I completely understand that. But yeah, building that kind of relationship from the get-go of this is what the scenario is, this is what it was like, this is what I'm now looking for in terms of a role, or what makes me feel great and where add value back to a business is this.
Yep, and in terms of the question around does it affect early career, more senior career differently, I haven't seen it affected any differently. It's been the same in terms of what I've seen across a lot of organisations across Australia and New Zealand, but agree with all of those points. Some key takeaways up here that we've talked about today. Feel free, there were so many great questions, feel free to come and have a chat with us as well at the drink session. A few of the resources that are some of our favourite resources for this type of stuff. I know I had to put Bitches Get Riches on there, like so good, mostly for the name. No, it was good content as well. But yeah, thank you so much. Loved this conversation. Thank you for joining me, Josh and Akanksha. I did forget to introduce Pickles as well on your introduction slide. So cute. But thanks everyone for listening and for coming, and yeah, enjoy the drinks.
Hi, so afternoon tea is served now at Spot Lounge and Champion Terrace and Premiership Terrace. There will be prize draws and drinks done at this time as well. So make sure you stay around. Thank you very much.
Our customers are grappling with many of the same issues. It's incumbent on us to share what we learn.
It's about trying to do better every day, working with our customers and outside agencies to develop processes and deliver responsible computing technologies to the world.
We were founded in Australia with a spirit of innovation and determination. And it's this spirit that has led us to where we are today.
This is our new chapter.
In June 2022, Woodside and BHP Petroleum merged to create a new chapter as a global energy company. Together, we are building a better future, a future guided by our values and purpose.
This is our business.
Our path forward is clear. We have a vision to provide the low-cost, lower-carbon energy our world needs. We have significant opportunities to prosper and grow. Our three pillars, oil, gas and new energy, each have a role to play in our future. Our resilient and diversified portfolio will help us thrive through the global energy transition.
We are taking action on climate.
We are taking action on climate because it is in the best interests of our business, our people, our shareholders,